Alright, watch this, okay? Twin Awakening, boom. Global Heal, alright? Mending Touch, boom. Global Heal. And then, wait, let's see. Now let's actually do Conjure Wildgrowth, Swift, boom, another 10 HP on everyone. And then Astral Bond, boom, another 10 HP on everyone. And then let's see, okay. Oh, and we have Restore Swift Restoration, another 10 HP on everyone. Okay, and let's go for Battlefield Restoration. Yeah. And we are not done yet. We still have Battlefield Restoration on our guy here. Look, 2 regeneration, 1 hasten, another regeneration, and another one, and status protection. 4 regeneration, hasten, and status protection on every single one. Look. Yeah, that is the power of the Ritualist, and that is why the Ritualist is kinda broken. Alright. Hello and welcome guys. This is actually Editor Eden here. I have just finished recording the video and looking at the timeline, it is a bit of a girthier, lengthier video. So I'm here to offer a quick overview for those of you who just want a quick answer to how to build a Ritualist and not that interested in why we're building the Ritualist this way. But yeah, let's just get into it. So the position as a Ritualist in the meta is absolutely S tier. If you want to be remotely competitive in multiplayer, the Ritualist is indispensable in the fight, right? Now, why is this? This is because the first crucial skill of the Ritualist, this is called Overflowing Restoration. This is an AoE cleanse, as well as the Swift Wildgrowth right here. So this is a range denial, regen, and defense boot that you can get every single turn in an AoE. And after you have used this skill, you can actually use AoE cleanse of the Overflowing Restoration. Very, very powerful. These 2 skills, Undying and also, the World Map Healing, is wonderful assets for your farming efficiency. So when you're in the early game or the mid game, you're farming the map, you're taking a lot of fights to boost up your economy and hence your military, you definitely need the world map, not world map casting, but world map healing, as well as the steadfast to prevent your units from dying. Great tools. And then moving down here, we have our GIGACHAD defense mode for the Ritualist and tankiness against magic damage, as well as immunity. Well, not entire immunity, but very high resistance towards negative status effects. Alright, and then lastly, we have a super GIGACHAD global haste plus regen. It applies to everyone, you give everyone 2 regeneration, 1 haste, and paired up with some of the wonderful synergies that I will show you later in this video, it is actually broken. Okay, so the Ritualist, S tier, indispensable, now that we got that out of the way. And another reason that is so good is because we get access to the key skills of the Ritualist, so right here, as well as right here, at level 3 and level 8. It's actually crazy. And we essentially get a fully completed, so fully functional at the optimal capacity of the Ritualist at level 12. So we have the essentials covered, this one, and this one, all of these nodes covered when we get to level 12. This is in stark contrast to the Defender, which I've made the Defender guide in the previous video. Basically, the Defender needs so many more skill points for it to be fully completed and fully efficient. The Ritualist does not need that, and with very low level requirements, your Ritualist can be very, very efficient. Alright, now let's talk about the general build for the Ritualist. If you're just doing a normie Ritualist and you're just farming your way up into the outer space of Age of Wonders 4, we do this line first, alright? So we do this line, and this part we get access to the Overflowing Restoration, we get access to the World Map Healing and Undying, And then we go down this line for the battlefield restoration and make everyone tankier around the Ritualist as well as the Ritualist herself. Finally, we go down the Swift Restoration for even more healing, even more tankiness, and the range deny. Okay, and for the signature skills, I would recommend going for Order if you have Order Affinity, or Nature, but anything else works. Because the Dome of Protection, as well as the Mending Touch, and the Order level 16 final skill is incredibly powerful for the Ritualist. Now, let's move on to the Dragon Ritualist, which is arguably the strongest, well, not arguably, it's pretty much the strongest in combat. The Dragon might not provide as much economic benefits as, for example, the Giant or the Eldritch Sovereign or the Wizard King, but they certainly are the strongest in combat. They are the strongest Ritualists in my humble opinion, alright? And that is because they have access to the unique Dragon signature skills that synergizes perfectly, wonderfully, so fabulously with the Ritualist class. And this is how you build it out. This is called the Dragon Ritualist Ultimate Edition because essentially this is what you want when your Dragon reaches like level 16 plus and you're gearing up for a final battle. That is why we have not selected these two skills, because we do not need these in the final battle. We want to maximize the battle efficiency of our Dragon as opposed to world map supportive abilities. Alright, okay, now we move on to the Eldritch Sovereign. So, we have the Ultimate Edition of the Eldritch Sovereign here, and the special part about the Sovereign is that we get access to Elder Phase, right? So we have a teleport on our hands. This is incredibly important for our Ritualists, and that is why the Eldritch Sovereign Ritualist also works very well. Also, keep in mind that the signature skill here, have a caster, and what's it called again? But this one, the signature skills choose these two. For the Forgotten Tomes, it is very flexible. Alright, now, how is this video so long? I was very impressed by myself for filming such a long video. It was quite a journey. But yes, so this video covers, the first one is the mathematically correct choices for restoration. What is restoration? It is essentially this skill, the bread and butter skill of the Ritualist. Alright, so we can branch off into 3 branches, and what is a mathematically correct choice, or choices plural, for this restoration? The second is the optimal Ritualist build for every single ruler type. I will be introducing them, as well as the different archetypes for the Ritualist, including the Healer and the Summoner, and the subcategories under them, such as the Overflowing Healer, the Swift Healer, the Undead Summoner, as well as the Animal Summoner. Okay? And 3, the most important part is I give you guys the detailed reasoning on the why. Age of Wonders 4 is a very nuanced game. It's very intricate, and that is why the reasoning takes very long to go through. But I assure you, it is worth it. 4. Analysis on the signature skills of champions, dragons, and the squids. Well, of the sovereigns. So the signature skills of the dragons and squids, if you haven't really gotten well acquainted with them yet, you can use this opportunity, this video, to really learn and figure that out. Alright? And number 5, we have some broken synergies in the item forge, namely with the item enchantments. Alright? Number 6, we have OP skill synergy, a very strong skill synergy with a very underrated tome that people often overlook. Alright? And 7, okay, the place of revival strategies. This ties into the branch of the resurrecting restoration, the place of the revival strategies in the meta, and more importantly, how we can counter the revival strategies. Alright? And I believe that covers most of it. And finally, we do have an epic battle at the end to showcase just how broken our Ritualists really are and why they really are so good in the meta. Alright? So yeah, this will be a long video. I poured my blood, sweat, and my tea, ginger tea, into this. I hope you enjoy. Hello and welcome, guys. to this session of Age of Wonders 4 with yours truly, Eden of Corn. As a paragon of humanity, I am here to bring to you the ultimate ritualist guide that I spent countless hours on. I think I have finally figured out the ritualist class, and I'm here to teach you today what I've learned along the way. Alright, so let's first define the ritualist in the meta. The ritualist is probably the most essential hero if you want to be even remotely competitive if you are playing in an Age of Wonders 4 multiplayer game. This is because of several reasons, which we will get into, but the ritualist is probably well, not the strongest. They don't deal damage as much as the other classes, but their healing capacities and their cleansing capacities, as well as their summoning capacity, makes them such an indispensable force for any army that you can conjure up. Alright? Okay, and my voice will be a little soft today because I have been cursed by my dear Eldritch Sovereign here for having exploited and overworked him to the bone while underpaying him, because I was experimenting on him with all the ritualist builds and all that. He is very mad at me, so he cursed me with a sore throat. So, if you guys like this style of video, it's kind of like a relaxing ASMR style video for Age of Wonders 4 content. I don't think this has been done before. Let me know how you guys think, and let's hop right into it. Pew. Nice transition. Alright, so let's first explain the ruler types that can take on the ritualist hero class. Right. So we have the champion, Wizard King, the champion of man, my very own avatar, right here. And we have the dragon, which is arguably the strongest in combat, as in it brings the most utility to battle as a ritualist when you're playing a dragon ritualist. This is because of the various synergies that the dragon has. Let's change this to dragon with the ritualist class in form of its wonderful, wonderful signature skills and breath attacks, as well as the dragon roar, which we will be diving into later. Next up are the squid class, the Eldritch Sovereign. They can be a mage and a ritualist, or a ritualist. It will be OP if they could be both at the same time, but no. They synergizes very well with the ritualist and the mage, more so the mage I would argue, but they are such an all-rounder hero class and the ruler class that they just pair perfectly with each other. The ritualist squid, we all love to hear it. And lastly, we have the giants. Alright, the giants are the latest ruler type introduced in the newest patch, the Giant Kings. However, the problem is the giant signature skills, unlike the dragon, it does not synergize very well with the ritualist. The only synergy that they really have is their summoning skills. The giant is much better suited as, I would argue, a Death Knight or a warrior or a mage or any other hero class than a ritualist. So if you're playing a giant, I do not recommend going a ritualist if you want to utilize a giant's fullest potential. The giant has wonderful synergies with the Death Knight, the warriors and mage because of their special weapons that deals damage in an AoE, as well as their huge ass nuke that they can just run up to and hit you from the 6 range, dealing a 2x radius damage, inflicting all sorts of debuffs if they're a Death Knight or a mage. You can check out my Death Knight video for this, or you can stay tuned and subscribe for my Ritualist, my mage video after this Ritualist video. Alright, so the giant is not recommended. If you want the strongest combat, you go for the dragon, and if you just want a versatile build, you can also just go for the squid Ritualist. However, the Wizard King Champion Ritualist is also very strong, and they have great synergies with the Ritualist, in particular the Wizard King, but we will dive into that in a bit. So, we have some different archetypes for the Ritualist, and it is separated into 2 general classes as well as 4 subclasses. My pen is giving out. Good. So, basically, we have here the healer and the summoner archetype. Alright, so the healer is this. Yes, this is the paragon of all healers. The healer, whenever I need a healer, I picture him in my dreams. And this is the summoner. So, this is our way. I think I have a little trick here. Wait, look. Pokemon Go! Pikachu! Yep, and this is our summoner, alright? Yeah, Pikachu's pretty damn cute. So, and under healer, we have the overflowing healer as well as the swift healer. So, in case you do not know, the Ritualist hero tree is separated into 4 trees converging into 1. Alright? So, why is there only 4 subclasses if we have 4 trees? Wait, that actually makes sense. However, so let me do my reasoning here. Alright? So let us first identify the 4 skill trees that will eventually converge into 1. Let's go for the first one. I would identify the first one as, let's circle it out here, this one as the healer / cleanser Ritualist class. So all this part are different modifications to the first skill, namely restore. So restore is a single action. It heals target friendly unit for 10 temporary hit points, helps them gain regeneration, basically. It counters poison, oh no. This is a very crucial part that I think they updated with the newest patch. Not many people have picked up on it, but it is very, very important, alright? So the first effect of regeneration is, let's hover it here, restore, is that it gives our unit a temporary 6 hit points at the end of its turn in battle. It stacks up to 5 times. So essentially you can stack up to 30 hit points heal every single turn if you have 5 stacks of regeneration. Basically a passive healing on the units that have regeneration. Very wonderful, very strong. Now the crucial part comes later. Regeneration counters poison and cannot be given to units with decaying. Poison is not that important, it's just a damage over time, 4 blight damage each turn. Countering means that if a unit has regeneration and you have a stack of poison inflicting on that unit, they will cancel each other out. And if you have, basically if you're poison and you give a unit regeneration, they cancel each other out. If you have regeneration and the enemy gives you poison, they cancel each other out. However, here's a very, very crucial part they changed with the latest patch, alright? I believe so. I remember the description was, before, regeneration counters poison and decaying. But now they changed it to, we cannot give regeneration to units with decaying. Now, how is this important? What is decaying? So decaying is, the unit sustains 10 blight damage each turn and cannot regain any hit points. Decaying counters regeneration. So this is a very, very interesting part that we have, alright? So decaying is one of the top class debuffs in the game. Alright, so I would define the debuffs in this game. I can categorize them in the following, I guess, tier list. So on the first tier, let's say, on the first tier we have crowd control skills, but crowd control skills that inflict double the penalty as opposed to stunned or frozen. And this will be things like insanity. So what insanity does is that it turns your enemy against themselves. So when you inflict insanity on an enemy unit, they will attack their own units. This essentially means that this enemy unit cannot move to attack your unit, so you gain +1 action point, and they actually attack your own unit, so you gain their own unit, so you gain another one. So essentially, this trade is a +2 result, with you consuming 1 of your action point, resulting in a +1 trade. Alright? And if you have a damage layered on top of the skills that inflicts insanity onto the enemy, you also get the value of the damage. So here, in terms of action points, we gained 1, and we also got some damage in. This is insanity, alright? Oh no, so why? Here. And the second class I would define as just your average Joe CC, like stun or frozen or gilded, whatever, alright? And why is this worse than insanity? Because stunned, first, you have to consume your own action point to stun an enemy, alright? So you consume 1 of your action point, and since you stunned an enemy, it's like you gained an action back by preventing them from action. However, this time they do not attack their own units, no. So this time, the net action point that you gain is actually 0. Because in the worlds that you can perma-stun an enemy every single turn, you guys are locked in essentially an impasse, alright? So you and him, you're just locked in. You're stunning him every turn, but you're not doing anything to him. He's not doing anything to you. So it's a net gain of 0. However, if the stun skill has some sort of damage, then you get the value of the damage on your stun skill. And if your unit has an AoE stun, then effectively the action points that you gained is the total targets that you have stunned minus 1 due to you consuming 1 action point to stun them. Well, 1 action point or 3 action point, but 1 turn essentially. So this is the second tier of the debuff skills. And the third tier, I believe we have gotten into the most powerful non-crowd control skills, and I would argue that is Decaying. So Decaying, why is this so powerful? Alright. Decaying is not a form of crowd control skill, but as we've noted before, it actually prevents the enemies or the units with Decaying from healing in any form, shape, or sort. Wait, what was the phrase again? Any form, any... whatever. So Decaying, alright. It prevents any units from gaining any sort of HP. And as you know, HP regeneration is very powerful in this game. Lifesteal in particular, for example from the Whiteborn transformation. It is... yeah, let's find it. Whiteborn, let's go into the Shadow Boys. Boom. And Thomas, a great transformation, and we have Whiteborn. So once you click this technology, you will gain the Undead unit type and you will gain Lifesteal, which restores, I believe, 5 every single time you attack. If you have a single shot attack, then it is 10 regen. But the important part is no form of regen will go through if you have Decaying on your units, alright? Many builds rely on health regeneration, for example Undead Dragon Lords or things that revolve around a ritualist that maybe not cleanse so much, but do a bunch of healing through Conjure Wildgrowth, as we will get into a bit later, through regeneration. If you have Decaying on there, then you are kinda screwed, alright? So Decaying essentially, if you have no way to cleanse it, it shuts down any form of healing. If your entire build revolves around healing, for example, if you take the Tome of Dragons, which gives you the Draconian transformation and grants you natural regeneration, which allows you to heal 10% of your maximum hit points every single turn. This shuts this entire mechanism down, and if they, for example, want a juicy synergy of the Tome of Discipline and all forms of healing, which gives 20% healing received in combat for all forms of healing on your racial units, this shuts this down as well. Decaying shuts it down. Or I believe they added the new perk to plants. Let's see. Plants, what was it? Tome of Paradise, and it was Gaia's Chosen. Plant unit type, yes, they have buffed the plants, and now they have 20% healing received in combat. So healing is very strong in this game, and various major race transformations, or cultures, or society traits like mana addicts, which grants you life steal as well, all rely on life steal and HP regeneration. But these things all get shut down by Decaying, alright? So under the ideal circumstances, Decaying can actually be stronger than stunning or frozen the enemy if they have no form of cleanse. And this is where our dear boy Ritualist comes in. Our dear boy Ritualist has this skill available to us, this part of the skill tree, alright? So let us identify this right now. Ugh, my throat is still sore. I'm gonna take like a little throat candy here. Alright, okay. We have, let's take a look on the left side of the screen. So I'm doing this side on the iPad, and here it's on my laptop. I'm getting kind of confused, but I hope you guys aren't, alright? So here, let's start the drawing board. This is our heal/cleanser tree. This will be our Conjure Wildgrowth buff type tree. It basically makes you grow bushes, like a lot of bushes, that even like, what's it called? Manscape, yeah, Manscape, that even Manscape cannot help you with. You just grow so many bushes, alright? And then this part is the Elemental Summoning Tree, and this part is the Undead Summoning Tree, alright? So these two are summoning trees, and these two are healing/buffing, okay? And they all converge down into the ultimate skill called Battlefield Restoration, which is a global haste/regeneration on a single action on every single unit in your team. This is so good. One of the reasons why the Ritualist is absolutely indispensable, alright? So let us first go down this tree. Let's first explore the healer archetype, alright? And I will call this just a champion/wizard king healer, because we won't be diving into any of the unique signature skills or synergies from the Ritualist class with the Giant King or the Elder Sovereign or blah blah blah. We'll just be doing the Ritualist class on its own, and then we'll dive into the signature skills, alright? So as we've explained before, Restore and all the trees below it are various modifications of Restore. Restore, it heals 10, gains regeneration, and has their negative status effects all removed, okay? So effectively, this is a single target cleanse. That is very crucial. If your Dragon Lord has a Decaying slapped on him, but you're relying on his transformation to heal a lot and sustain and kill everyone, you can simply cleanse a Dragon Lord of any form of debuffs. Doesn't matter if he's stunned or frozen or whatever, your baby is safe. You give him a spa cleansing Ritualist treatment, and he is as new as... Wait, as new as a baby or something? I don't know my idioms, whatever. Alright, so... And this thing about regeneration and decay that we have not completely finished talking about is that... Let's find decay again. Okay. So, is that... Decay now counters regeneration, but regeneration does not counter decay. You cannot give regeneration to a unit that is decaying. Now, as we explained, decay is super powerful, alright? It's just an entire healing strategy on its own. And now there are only two ways to counter decay, well, as is before. But essentially, if you want to counter decay, either, as we just said, we have a full cleansing skill, has their negative status effects all removed. Decay will also be removed. Or you give your units a stack of regeneration, and when the enemy tries to give your unit decaying, they will cancel each other out. So before, regeneration also counters decay, and it acted as a cure as well as prevention. Alright? But now, since you cannot give regeneration to a unit with decaying, it is now only prevention and not a cure. This does not make regeneration any less powerful. It in fact it does make it less powerful, but it is still incredibly crucial if you're going up against decay. Essentially, if your units get COVID now, you cannot cure them, but if you are wise enough to take in the advice from this Ritualist guide, you will have a lot of regeneration pre-stacked onto your units, acting as a form of vaccine against the enemy's COVID. Alright? The enemy's stinky breath, they will spread COVID. All the bad soup and stuff, you slap regeneration onto your units, and they will be immune to decaying. Alright? And the Ritualist is so powerful because they can slap regeneration on like willy-nilly. Like they slap it on every single one, and every single turn, 5 stack of regeneration and all that. I will showcase this later. But it is scary how much regeneration you can get off of the Ritualist, right? So let's focus on this tree right here, alright? And okay, this build right here is essentially the champion Ritualist overflowing healer. I will dive into this tree. Why are we only having 2 archetypes, I guess subcategories, for the healer archetype, only overflowing and swift, if we have 3 branches that we can modify our restore with? So overflowing healer is based off of overflowing restoration, this enhancement of restore. And the swift healer is based off of the swift restoration, this enhancement of restore. Now there is another branch called empowered restoration / resurrecting restoration. And why have I not put this into my subcategories for the healer archetype? We will dive into that right now. Okay? So let's ignore this part first because we will dive into it later, but now let's just discover what really is the mathematically correct version for the restoration. I did a little calculation here, and the results are as follows, alright? So we have our base restoration. This is our bread and butter skill for the Ritualist, no questions asked. Regardless of if you go for summoner or the healer, eventually you do want to go into some form, some modification and enhancement of restore, namely the swift or restoration, overflowing, I mean. Now, the base restore, it gives us 10 hit points, 1 regen, and a full cleanse, alright? Now, the resurrection part, so this part is essentially 1 skill point, 2 skill point, and 3 skill points. So, and this is the overflowing tree, and this is the swift tree, alright? So let's look at what we get from overflowing restoration, and why did I put it here as our recommendation. So let's see. Overflowing, it's at one point, so right here. So we click this, we get restore. I need to like enter the screen again like many times, so yeah, alright, whatever. So okay, let's come here. Restore, and we go into 1 point now. Support abilities now also apply a stack of regeneration. Alright? So boom, we have 1 stack of regeneration on all our support abilities. And now if we go into overflowing restoration, our restore is modified. It goes from being a single target heal and cleanse into a giga AoE heal. You can cleanse all of the units in a 1 hex radius. Now what does this mean? A 1 hex radius essentially means that you can use restore on every single unit in this area. And you can count how many there is. This is a total of 7 units. Alright? So by clicking this overflowing restoration, it modifies the restore to have 7 times the efficacy of the original restore. And that is something to take note of. Alright? And now, okay, let us move down 1 more. Master of Healing. While this Ritualist is the army leader, all units heal plus 15 hit points per world map turn. This has no combat applications. It is a world map layer buff. Alright? Now, why is this important? Before, I used to overlook this skill so much because I was playing with the barbarians most of the time, and they have a unique mechanism called the Ritual of Alacrity, which allows them to essentially, if played well, completely bypass the mechanism of world map healing. However, if you are playing any other culture, apart from barbarians and, I believe, feudal aristocracy, world map healing is incredibly crucial. Essentially, if your units are taking a lot of fights and farming all the time, you will inevitably take attrition, alright? You will take attrition from fighting all the resource nodes, and your units will heal only 5 if they're in the wilderness. So if you're in the wilderness and you're in neutral domain, you will only heal 5 hit points every single turn. This causes the problem that as you take more fights, you cannot keep up with the attrition that you're taking, and eventually your units will end up with very, very low HP, that even if you have an abundance of combat healing through the temporary hit points, eventually your units will just be taken down so low that they will just die eventually. So, all forms of world map healing is very, very good if you are planning to take on a lot of fights, to take a lot of resources for yourself and away from your enemies. This is how you want to be scaling up in Age of Wonders 4, by taking a lot of fights. And world map healing is incredibly crucial to get you through all of that. World map healing as well as combat healing, alright? And the Ritualist has that. They have this sustain, they keep your units going, alright? None other than Ritualists have this skill on them. And I find that whenever I don't play Barbarian or Feudal Aristocracy, I miss the skill so much, alright? So this is the Master of Healing, and this is the Overflowing Restoration tree. We have Restore Overflow that amplifies our Restore to have 7 times the base efficacy. Very powerful. A mass cleanse on everyone, a mass regeneration. And don't forget, because we have the regenerating support, we now apply 2 stacks of regeneration on every single one of our buddies. Every single one of our 7 buddies. Alright? And it's a 10 hit point heal, and oh man, this is just so good. Alright? So, oh wait. It crashed. I was idle for too long. Let's slap it here. Alright. Okay. So, overflow. 1 point we get regeneration. Boom. 1 point we get regeneration. It allows us to prevent decay, even better. And at 2 points we get overflowing, now AoE up to 7. And then at 3 points we get 15 roadmap healing. Alright? Now, let's take a look at the others. Let's first take a look at Swift, what this does. Alright? So at 1 point we get bolstering support. Support abilities grant 1 bolster resistance to affected units. Now, let's compare this with regeneration. 1 bolster resistance, what does this actually do? So 1 bolster resistance, we can actually kind of picture this as, so for example, we have 2 resistance right here, and we get a 19% damage reduction against magic damage, alright? Essentially, we can simplify such resistances and defenses as every time you gain 1, you get around 10% increase to your damage resistance, or like a 10% increase to your effective HP. Alright, so for example, you have 100 effective HP, you get a 10% damage resistance, then you get to like 110. Alright, the math is much more nuanced than this if you want to go into detail, but let's just simplify it. There's no need to go into so much detail right now. Alright, so we can just say as every time we gain a bolster resistance, we gain plus 10% damage reduction against magic damage. However, if we imagine in a world where, magic damage and physical damage from the enemies are dealt out in equal turns, so the enemy has half physical damage and half magic damage, this actually results in a plus 5% damage reduction to all damage channels. So plus 10 to magic damage turns into a plus 5 damage reduction to all damage channels, alright? Now, a plus 5 damage reduction to all damage channels is kind of like almost equivalent to plus 5% maximum, effective HP that you have. So if your unit has 100 HP, it makes it into 105 HP, alright? And now you kind of see the problem here. Regeneration is actually much more powerful than bolster resistance. If we picture an average unit to have 100 HP, which is, average, it's better than tier 1s, it's worse than tier 5s, right? It's what your heroes will have in the middle to early stages of the game, 100 HP. Having 1 bolster resistance, it makes their maximum HP go up by 5, alright? And you can make some arguments later if you stack it, actually make it go up to increase by 10 or something like that, sure. But around 5 to 10, alright? The problem here is regeneration. Let's take a look at what it does again. So regeneration is 3 turns. 3 turns, every single turn you heal for 6. It counters poison, counters decay. Now you see the problem. Regeneration, it actually heals you by total 18 hit points. While bolster resistance, it only increases your maximum hit points by 5. And this means that regeneration's 18 versus the 5 or even 10, it's just much better. And many times your units won't have 100 HP. If their units, if they are damaged, then they have even lower HP. So essentially, bolster resistance, you have higher return the higher HP you have on your units. Regeneration is just a stable, very safe, very secure 18 hit points heal over the course of 3 turns. Alright? So we have established that regeneration is better than this. And look, the game agrees with this. Alright? So if we look at the item forge, we will also have a dedicated section to the item forge later as well, as per request by a viewer named Alex, not Alice, yes. And let's see. Yeah, we're actually playing a play-by-mail game right now, and it was pretty fun. Yeah. And he recommended me to have, you know, an item for section, and it's a very good recommendation, so I am taking it into account. So, right here, support regeneration, alright? Support abilities also provide +1 regeneration in the item forge, and this costs 3 forging points. While support bolster resistance, this only costs 2. So the game already estimated getting regeneration is 50% more valuable than getting resistance, alright? So yeah, we have established that regeneration, so the first skill point of regenerating support is better than bolstering support, alright? And now let's go down the second point, alright? So the modification here is Swift Restoration. Target-friendly unit heals +10 temporary hit points, gain regeneration, has their negative status effects removed. Now, at the first glance, it doesn't appear anything has changed. It's the exact same thing as Restore. However, the crucial part here is that you actually now get... what am I doing? You actually now get... So, look, take a look at... Wait, no. Let's go to this screen, it will be more convenient. So... Restore, alright, and then if we go down this line here, so this is the crucial part, and look at my trick. So look at this, it has at least one action point after use. So look closely here, this indicates the action point requirement for this action, alright, and as a cooldown as well. So it's a 1 turn cooldown, and then it's at least one action point. Whereas the original Restore, take a look, it's this, alright? This is the action point requirement, and the cooldown is 2. So effectively, if we look at the cooldown, we now can use Restore every... so our cooldown has reduced by 1, right? So originally it has a cooldown of 2, so we can use it every 3 turns. So we use it this turn, and we don't use it the next turn, and we don't use it the next turn, and then we can use it in the next turn. So every 3 turns we can use it, alright? However, now that its cooldown has reduced by 1, we can use it on the first turn, we can't use it, but then we can use it immediately on the 3rd turn. So effectively, originally we can only use it as a 4th turn if we use it on the 1st turn, but now we can use it on the 3rd turn. Now, you might think this is actually not that big of a deal, and you would be correct, because throughout the course of a battle, let's say a battle usually lasts like around 6 turns, or 6 to 8, I would say. For the longer ones, it might last even longer, but let's just say around 6, right? 6 turns, that means that you can actually use Overflowing Restoration around twice. If you're lucky, like if it gets, you know, into 3, 4, 5, 6, and maybe 7 turns, you can use it thrice. Now, if you use Swift Restoration, throughout the course of a 6-turn battle, you can use it 3 times, versus the 2 times of Overflowing Restoration. So, even if your cooldown only gets returned... My brain is not braining right now. I'm recording for too long, but let's push through, alright? So even if the cooldown has been reduced by a drastic 1 turn, so now it only has a cooldown of 1 versus the original 2, you would think that you can use it twice as frequently, but you actually can't. You can only use it 2 times versus the 3 times of the Overflowing. You can only use it 3 times versus the 2 times of the Overflowing Restoration. So you essentially just get 1 bonus usage out of Swift Restoration. The problem is, you do not get the big-ass AoE that you get from Overflowing Restoration. Remember, you can only heal 1 target, only cleanse 1 target, and you can only use it 1 extra time, or 2 if you're lucky, throughout the course of a battle. Alright? So that is a problem. However, why do I say it is still viable and falls under one of the subcategories under the healer archetype? That is because the other perk that we get. So this is also a lesson on the action point, alright? So the skill requirement and the action point requirement for the skills. That's what I wanted to say, all right? So as you can see here, as we mentioned before, this part, wait, I think I can enlarge it. Yeah, like this. Yeah, all right? So this leaves one action point after use. What this essentially means is that, let's move back here. So for example, this is our unit, all right? Every single unit, they have 3 action points when a turn starts. If it is their turn, they get 3 action points. Now, Swift Restoration, it leaves 1, right? Now what this does is essentially, you can use up 2 of your action points. So you can use up 2 of your action points, and then you can use Swift Restoration. And when you use Swift Restoration, you will cast it, but you will still have 1 action point left. And then you can use this action point to do an attack or enter defense mode, or any other skills that require 1 action point to do, right? This is what it means to have, leave 1 right here. And this is what it means for the dots to actually be like shaded instead of a solid lighted dot, as in here, the single action, okay? A single action means that if you have 1 last action left, you use the action, your turn has ended. But leaves 1, it means that if you have 1 last action left, you use the leave 1 skill, you still leave 1 action point left, all right? And the other crucial thing is that if you use the leave 1, so let's do this. If you use the leave 1 when you have 3 action points, so before you moved or before you, didn't do anything, if you have 3 or 2 action points remaining and you use the leave 1 skill, you will actually consume all of your action points and you will leave 1, okay? The same goes for single actions. If you have 3 action points, you will consume all of your actions and just use that skill, all right? So if you move, you will always consume 1 or 2 action points. You will never consume the last of your action points. So if you move, it's always advisable that you move before you use a single action or a leave 1 action. Because if you don't use the movements, you just essentially waste it, all right? And you usually do want to reposition your units into a more advantageous position, unless you have even more special skills that require full actions like the Ritualist, as we will dive into. Oh boy, how long is this video gonna be? The Ritualist it's very nuanced and it is so strong, all right? So, let us continue. At least 1, Swift Restoration. Now, why is this even competitive with Overflowing Restoration, where we can cleanse and heal and give regeneration to every one of our 7 units, where we just have 1 target in Swift Restoration, and we can only use it like 1 or 2 times extra during the course of a battle? It is because of leave 1. And this is very, very crucial when you get into the synergies of later down the line skills for the Ritualists, all right? So let us continue down this line. We now have reclaiming attacks. As you can see, we're kind of like ignoring the resurrection, but we'll get into there in just a bit, all right? Reclaiming attacks. The hero space attacks now heal a random friendly unit adjacent to the target for 10 temporary hit points. Effects are increased for single shot attacks. Now, this is super, super good when paired with Swift Restoration, and that is because our Ritualists can equip 2 types of items. So the first type of item, let us actually go down to our item for section. Where is it? Item forge. Okay, it is right here. All right. So there are 2 types of weapons that our Ritualists can equip. So the first type is the orb, and the orb allows us to have a mount, and it is a repeating attack. So from this part, as you can see, effects are increased for single shot attacks. Single shot attacks are not repeating attacks. All right. So what are repeating single shot attacks then? Where do we get access to it? and that is for the staff. So the Ritualist can also equip a staff, and there are two main benefits to the staff. So the first one is called Defense Mode Warding, which if we take a look here, oh no, our homie here has an orb. Let us craft the staff real quick. Staff of the Umbral Mistress. The staff. Yes, okay. So if we craft the staff now and we give it to our Ritualist, as you can see here, our homie here has a very cool Jade Tiger mount. But if we give them the staff, the mount gets eaten by the staff. Alright, there's sorcery in the staff, the mount is gone. Okay, it's not actually gone, it's still here. You can still equip it, but yeah. Let's see. So you have Defense Mode Warding. All units, as we have explained in the Defender video, the previous one, you can go check it out, I spent a lot of time there as well. And so, all units can enter defense mode. You extend your zone of control to all adjacent hexes, which means enemies cannot move freely in your zone of control, and you can like retaliate and all that stuff. And you get +2 defense, +2 resistance. Just think of this as like a 20% damage resistance against all types of damage. And you get immune to flanking, which makes you immune to ass busting. You don't want your ass to be busted, right? Now the special part that staff units, as well as staff units in general, which is not just limited to the Ritualist, but also any type of support class units that gets access to the staff unit, Like for example, the Animist from the Primals, as long as they have a staff, they get access to defense mode warding, right? So you see this long schlong right here. If the units have this long schlong, they have defense mode warding, okay? And defense mode warding, on top of what the traditional defense mode already do, you provide all adjacent friendly units +3 resistance and +3 status resistance. This is so freaking good, because in the late game especially, or if you're playing multiplayer, people will mainly gear up into magic damage, and they want to inflict a crap load of negative debuffs, debuffs onto you. So status resistance and resistance is very, very crucial, alright? Resistance is not as good as regeneration, as we explained before, but it is still very, very crucial, alright? So, we have a warding, defense mode warding, very strong. And we also have a single attack. This single attack is single as our little Pringle right here. And a single attack is essentially you can consume the last action point of your 3 action points in the turn, and you can do a single shot. Alright? So now we can see why it synergizes with this. What we want to do with a Ritualist usually is that we want to reposition, if we don't have the Swift Wildgrowth, as I will get into it in a minute. We want to reposition, we want to move around, get ourselves out of sticky situations. And then, if you play a Swift Restoration Ritualist, what you want to actually do is, where is it? Swift. Oh wait, I don't have anything. Anyways, yes. So, if you play a Swift Ritualist, essentially, if you start your turn with 3 action points, you want to reposition first, reposition, and this will consume 2 of your action points. I don't know what I'm doing right now, but this will consume 2 of your action points. And then second, we can use Swift Restoration to cleanse someone and give them regeneration and boost resistance. And we will still have 1 action point left. We will still have this action point left. And then if we use a wand, a staff I mean, then we can have a non-repeating attack, single shot attack, that hits the enemies pretty hard, and it will heal an adjacent ally for actually 20 hit points as opposed to 10, because it's a single shot attack, alright? So this is a very effective way to make use of the Swift Restoration. And one bonus tip is that the AI actually uses Swift Restoration much better in auto combat than the overflowing restoration. Because the AI, I don't know what they're on, but they're tripping a lot of the times. It's they don't actually group up your units to be healed. They only heal 2 or 3 targets with overflowing restoration. So Swift Restoration is still very competitive if you're using auto combat. Plus the fact that you can still have an action point left to use your reclaiming attacks. Or, now this is the good part, this is the super juicy part of the Ritualist. Let's go down this skill line, alright? So now we have support resistance. 1. You can just read it. I'm gonna take another sip of water. The hero gains +1 resistance and +2 status resistance. Okay, good. The important part comes later. When the unit enters defense mode, these bonuses are given to adjacent allies. So what this essentially does is that when you enter defense mode, all of your allies surrounding you. So all of these 6 units, if you have a Ritualist right here, that's Ritualist right here, all 6 allies get this, right? And to make things even better, the support resistance 2 is a repeat of the first one, and the support resistance 3 is a buffed up version of these 2, alright? So let's see. In total, we have +1, 1, 1, 2, so that makes +4 resistance. And plus, okay, let's see, +2, +2, +3 status resistance. That is in total +3 status resistance, alright? That you are giving to every single person surrounding you, and you also get this yourself. Now you can see what the Ritualist is just a better version of the Defender when it comes to supporting people, alright? So now you see the Defender kind of has the only niche as a Retaliator, whereas the Ritualist, they just do the supporting and the healing and the cleanse so much better than the Defender. They specialize in defense mode more than the Defender, which is the Defender's entire gimmick, alright? But enough about Defenders, alright? We are at the Ritualist guide right now, and we are in heaven, as opposed to Defender hell. Okay, so we have support resistance, alright? So based off of these 3 skills, we gain +4 resistance and +7 status resistance for ourselves. And when we enter defense mode, this is also passed down to our allies. Okay. If we pair it up with the big old girthy wand from defense that provides the defense mode warding, I mean the staff, then when we enter defense mode, we give our allies a whopping, so this is +4 and +3, that is equal to 7 resistance. And this is +7, what was it again? +2, and another +3 equals 10 status resistance. Alright? So when you enter defense mode as a Ritualist, you make your allies giga buffed up. It makes them almost impossible to be debuffed, and it makes them super tanky against magic damage, alright? This is actually crazy. And the reason that, another reason that the Ritualist excels against the Defender is because you usually want bolster resistance as opposed to bolster defense that the Defender provides later down into the game. So yeah, Ritualists, they just scale much better, alright? Enough about Defenders. They're like my past lover that I cannot just get over with and keep comparing my my current lover to whatever, alright? Alright, be gone Defender. You are remembered. Okay. Now, if we move down the tree, we get to our ultimate skill, the Battlefield Restoration. As we mentioned before, very straightforward. It's a single action, global haste, global regeneration. What does haste do? Alright, why is hastened so important? They have nerfed the ways that you can get hasten off of the Dragon Lord. So before you can get hasten from the signature skill of the Dragon Lord, that is not the signature skill, but like the unique skill, I don't know how to call it, but the Dragon Roar of the Dragon Lord. Damn, that rhymes. That's pretty hard. Alright, so we get this, right? Before, it was each unit in a 2-hex radius gained strengthened, and hastened if you're an ally. But now it applies weaken to an enemy. This is like pure merde. It's like pure shit right now, okay? So, but if you're using a Ritualist, it's not pure shit. It's actually a wonderful skill. We will explain why later, alright? So essentially, hasten, there are less ways that you can get hasten, and Battlefield Restoration is one of the only ways you can get hasten right now. So I believe the only other ways that I can think of on top of my head to get hasten is, let's see, I believe from the Scald, no, Tome of Reverie. The Scald, it's a very unique support unit that has, okay, the Song of Carnage give you regeneration, rally, wait, the Scald doesn't give it anymore. Oh yeah, okay, so now you can't even get this hasten off of the Scald anymore, yeah. So now I believe you can only get it off of the Tome of Construct. Let's see. Materium, Tome of the Construct. Yeah, you can only get Cascading Command Reposition to get haste right now. Hasten and Strengthen. There definitely should be other ways, but it is such a rare buff right now. Hastened. So what Hasten does and why it's so important is that it gives your unit very fast movement. So 6 movement in combat, whereas I believe the average movement in combat is either 3 or 4. So essentially you move a lot faster in combat, it's very strong. And then you get an additional retaliation attack, right? So retaliation attacks is when the enemies attack you, you bonk them back. And this is very, very useful if you're playing around retaliation builds, and also a very useful counter to slowed. If your enemies love to play around with snow spirits and, just icy things like a zombie and godsend, then you will definitely need a counter to slowed, because slowed essentially removes your retaliation attack from ordinary units who usually only have 1 retaliation attack. So if you have hasten, you can still preserve 1 retaliation attack on your units because they cancel out, right? And yeah, okay, slow movement. Okay, so the average movement that your average unit has in combat, so your average unit in combat, oh man, it's crashed again. So, the average movement that your average unit has as a 32 movement point lad is, you get 4 movement points, you can move 4 hexes in combat. So, 4 hexes is this. If your units is here, you can move 1, 2, 3, 4. And then by here you will have consumed all 2 of your 3 action points, and then now you get to act on 1 of your single action points. Alright? So if you're slowed, you can actually only move 3. Now if your unit has 40 movement points, so for example most skirmisher units have, I think all skirmisher units naturally have, let's see, skirmishers, where is the barbarians? The barbarians. Yeah, if they have 40 movement points, I believe they will have actually 5 hexes of movement in combat. So 4 is for 32 movement lads, and 3 is for slowed units. Okay, I'm actually not entirely sure about this. If you guys know better, please leave it in the comments. I will leave it as a pin, so definitely correct me if I am wrong here. But from my memory, slowed is, you get slowed and you have 3 movement and 3 hexes in combat. The average 32 movement unit has 4 hexes in combat. The skirmisher, or a unit that have 40 movements on the world map, will have 5 hexes in combat. And let's see, if you get hastened through Battlefield Restoration, you will have very fast movement, and you will actually have 6 hexes of movement in combat. And you can see this is actually pretty scary. If you get slowed, you can only move this far, but if you can get hastened, you move twice as far. And as you guys know, in a circular pattern, essentially, the further your radius is, you get exponential returns, essentially, because the area that you can cover is calculated through pi r squared. And if you have pi and then r plus a certain x, so for example x as 6 minus 3, in the difference between hasten and slowed, you get a 3 difference, but you square this thing. So essentially, what you expand to is that you get pi 2x plus 1. So this is, x is the increase in your movement, alright? So if you increase your movement by 3, the zone of control that you have, or the area that you can move towards, you actually increase it by 7 pi, which is 21 plus hexes. All right? So this is actually very, very sweet. So movement in combat and on the world map especially, it yields exponential returns, and that is why movement is so damn important. All right? And that is why athletics, as one of the society traits, or form traits, is so good. And why flying mounts are so damn good as well. Movement is king, believe me guys. Movement is the primary currency of this game, right? Okay, so now that we have sorted through our movement, and sorted through White Battlefield Restoration is so good, you give everyone so much movement plus for a retaliation attack, you apply 2 stacks of regeneration and 1 stack of regeneration or both a resistance or a 10 heal off of everyone in your entire army. This is incomparable to any other hero class. So none other than Ritualist. No one other than Ritualist can do this, alright? So this is just so freaking good, and why the Ritualist is Giga S tier in my opinion. Okay, so we have walking down these 3 lines, alright? And now let's look back onto the resurrection pass. Why is this not viable in my opinion when you compare it with the other 2 trees? So basically, now, restore, and we do healing support. Support abilities now heal targets for 10 temporary hit points in addition to their regular effects. Now, remember this is a 10 heal, while regeneration gives 18 over a course of 3 turns. You might think that, an upfront immediate heal is actually better than regeneration. Here's the thing though. Regeneration gives you 6 upfront heal, essentially. Well, not quite. Alright, it gives you the heal at the end of your turn. So when your unit acts, they hit someone and they maybe get damaged and then they heal. But the heal here is just straight up, you get 10, right? Now, there are some situations that an upfront heal is actually worse than regeneration. And those situations are, so the classic situation that you want to use the Ritualist skills in are in this order, right? This is the classic. So you start your turn, you have, you start your turn, this is the first turn in combat. Either if you have Conjure Wildgrowth Swift equipped, we will talk about this later. Either if you have this equipped, you will use this, and then you will use Battlefield Restoration to give your units a whole buff and for them to engage very quickly onto the enemies. Or you wait till the second turn and then you use Battlefield Restoration. Because you give hasten for 3 turns. Essentially, if you give it at the second or first turn, you will have the hasten until the 4th or 5th turn of the battle. And the battle is usually determined by the first 3 turns or 4 turns in combat. Usually the tides of the battle is determined within that, and the rest, like 5, 6, 7, 8 turns, it's just clean up for the victor, alright? So basically, you want to get as many buffs on your units, make them as powerful as you can in the first turns of combat. And this is where you want to use Battlefield Restoration for the bonus mobility and bonus retaliation. Now, why is regeneration potentially better for you than an upfront heal? So of course we know that the numerical value is less. Regeneration gives you 18 and healing support gives you only 10. So essentially, if we use the Battlefield Restoration at the second turn of combat, we will march up to the enemies, we use Battlefield Restoration, we give our units 3 regeneration and hasten. Our units will run up to the enemies. For example, the enemies are here, our units run up to them, they attack them, and if the enemies retaliate back against our units, our unit will actually heal back that retaliation attack damage with the regeneration. However, the problem is, if we have the healing support, which gives us an upfront heal, our units at the start of combat, they have full health. So this is essentially useless at the start of combat. in this scenario, okay? So this is entirely useless, while regeneration provides us a value of bringing us healing after we take the enemy's retaliation attack, all right? So under this circumstance, and this is how I usually use a Ritualist, I think it is the ideal way to use a Ritualist, to use the battlefield restoration is within the first 2 or 3 turns of combat. The regenerating support is just better than healing support, because it provides a countermeasure against retaliation attacks. While your units are at full HP, they don't receive any benefits from healing. Upfront healing, I mean, okay? So now we talked about why regeneration could potentially just be better than healing support, and also bolstering support, further cementing the fact that overflowing restoration is just so good, right? Now we click this, and if we get Empower Restoration here, okay. Oh wait, how long have I been recording for? It's probably so long, I can't even remember. I feel hungry, I need to get some dinner later, but alright, this is for you guys. This is for you guys. I love this game and I want to talk about it, and if you guys can learn something from it, you know, fuck my dinner, alright? Restore now. So after we go down, healing support, now we have Empower Restoration. Restore now heals an additional 20 hit points, applies 2 strengthen, and gains a +4 range. We'll talk about this in a bit, alright? So it doesn't have any cooldown or action point modifiers that make you able to use defense mode or make use of reclaiming attacks, the busted defense mode or the reclaiming attacks on the Ritualist. It's just a 2 strengthen and you heal 20 more. It's nice, okay, it's nice. But compared to these two, compared to giving a whopping, where was it? A whopping 7 resistance and 10 status resistance from Swift Restoration, if you pair it with Swift Restoration to leave 1 action point using defense mode, and a reduced cooldown, you just get, okay, +20 hit points and 2 strengthen on a single target. Whereas you apply this to every single target that is around you on 6 freaking targets, alright? Is it worth it? It's a 1 single +20 heal. Let's see. Alright, what is the next one? Resurrecting Restoration. Restore can now target a friendly dead unit and revive it with 60% of its total hit points. Does not work in water combat. Okay. Revives, they sound very strong, right? It's like, oh, our unit is dead, now we can bring it back to life. We are the ultimate necromancer. Yeah, maybe. Let's see, alright. The revive is definitely very strong if your enemies have no way to counter it. The problem is, there are many ways to counter revives in this game, and that is through the following means, alright? Let's actually add a new section of ways to counter revive. Let's see. Ways to counter revives, alright? So let's first see who has access to revivals, which playstyles heavily relies on revivals. So Ritualist, who goes for the Resurrecting Restoration, this is the first, and also the Undead. The Undead people love to revive shit, right? They are the Whiteborn, they are the Necromancers, they want to bring stuff back. So ones who rely on revives. So Ritualist, the unfortunate Ritualist who goes for the revival, Resurrecting Restoration. Alright, and 2, it's the Undead people. And, okay, the Undead people, as we mentioned before, in Tome, Tome is a great transformation, or just necromancy in general. So basically, if we look at Shadow, this is not just about the Ritualist now, okay? This is a general guide on things that rely on revivals and things that counter revivals. Okay, so we have Tome as the Necromancy and we have the Necromancer. They have Raise Undead. So Target undead corpse is revived with 60% of its 60% of its total hit points, and non-revived corpse is revived as a zombie. Now, the very crucial part is actually the word corpse, okay? You must have a corpse to be able to revive something. If the corpse is gone, you cannot revive the dirt, okay? So, something to keep in mind, alright? So, essentially, the necromancer can revive anything that is undead. If you are not undead, you only get a tier 1 zombie out of the revive skill. So ideally, you want all undead armies to make use of the necromancer. How do you get access to a full undead army? This is where you go for Tome of the Great Transformation, where you get access to the Whiteborn. Exists your entire race, your cultural units, the undead unit type. So this synergizes very, very hard with undead heroes that your necromancers can enhance and revive, because they also can strengthen undead. Alright? Oh yeah, this is also one of the ways that you can also get hastened. So one of the rare ways that you can now get hastened, apart from cascading, from repositioning commands, from Tome of the Construct, as we mentioned before, and from the Ritualist ultimate skill. You can actually get it from the little necromancer. Alright? So very powerful. Another additional tip is that if you pick necromancy as your first tome or something, it's something that Godson loves to do when he's playing dark. You can essentially march up to a free city in the first few turns, you can kill the hero in the free city, and then you can actually revive it with your souls, because some necromancy gives you access to the unique currency called souls. You can revive people that you kill from souls, alright? So this is very powerful. You can get access to an undead hero in the very few turns, and then if you have a necromancer, you can give them hasten, give them strength, and you can revive them. They are undead, they are very strong. This is just a very nice synergy, alright? And okay, you also don't have to go for necromancy first, you can also go for Tome of Souls, because they also give you souls. Also Tome of the Great Transformation, they also give you soul harvest. And Tome of the Reaper also gives you souls, right? But it's not recommended to go for Tome of the Reapers or Tome of the Great Transformation just as itself. It's almost always better to have Tome of Souls or Tome of Necromancy to give yourself a baseline level of a soul economy before you go into the actual payout of having a soul economy. And that is Bone Dragon Reanimation and the goddamn Reapers. Right? The funny thing about the Reapers, like, this game is so damn fun. I found my passion now. It's like, I just like to talk about it so much. So one thing that is super strong about the Reapers, if you hear people in the multiplayer community talking about it, why is it so strong? It's not only because the Reaper has access to some pretty busted skills. So their basic attack gains piercing. They ignore 50% of the target's damage resistance, essentially. They deal a lot more damage. And they have greater corpse consumption, like they heal 40 hit points and it's a free action. They gain 3 strengthened from just eating a target corpse. And they also get Finger of Death, so you point at an enemy, they have a base 60% chance of just, dying. If they resist, they suffer 45 frost resistance that ignores the resistance. Super duper strong. And they also have Dark Rites, so whenever an enemy unit dies, you heal 10, you gain strengthen. Reapers are pretty busted, right? They're very good tier 5 units. The problem is that they only cost 200 casting points, world map casting points. They do cost a hefty 150 souls, but if you have done your homework and picked up a bunch of souls from Tome of Souls, and especially when you have soul binders to increase the soul income with your battle mages and support units, you'll have actually a lot of souls. And if you don't turn on spells or you don't research the soul consuming spells like Soul Overflow or I'm breathing, or let's see, it's Rotting Explosion here. If you don't research these spells and you save up a bunch of souls from Tome of Souls or Tome of Necromancy, you can cast Reapers like crazy, because they only cost 200 casting points as a tier 5 unit, whereas all other tier 5 units, for example, let's look at Balor's, they all require 300 casting points, alright? They require 300 casting points, or if we look at some of the Calamity, the Calamity Dragon, they all require 300 casting points. So essentially, okay, and tier 4 units require 200 casting points, right? So you essentially get an excellent tier 5 unit for the casting point cost of a tier 4 unit. Like, the Reapers are so good, alright? Reapers are so nice. I love the Undead synergies right here. And if you get to Tome of the Eternal Lord, what is the even more synergistic part about the Undead and the revival mechanism is that you get raised Undead army. Oh wait, no, not this. You get a battlefield animation. So all friendly Undead units, you come back to life with 50% of their total hit points. This is so damn strong. Your Reapers, your Bone Dragons, your Undead heroes, they are all undead. You cast a spell, boom, every single one of them, they revive. They come to hunt down your enemies and haunt them till the netherworld, alright? So revives, very strong. Now, why are we saying that this is not so good? And let's take a look on another faction that aligns with the revival mechanism is the nature faction. Well, the tier 5 nature tome, which grants mass rejuvenation. This spell heals all friendly units plus 40 hit points and brings all dead friendly animals and plants back to life with 50% of their total hit points. This is another one, alright? Now. Revives are very strong, but they get countered very easily in the following ways, alright? First way they get countered, alright? Wait, so we will actually make this. So once you rely on revives and ways to counter revives. Ways to counter revives. The fundamental axiom here is that if no corpse, no revive. Alright? So if you ain't got no corpse, you ain't got no revive here. And what are the ways to actually get rid of the corpses? First, if you have some ritual cannibals. I forgot how to spell it, so I'll just leave it like that. Let's see, ritual cannibals. Let's go out. I mean not go out, but what am I saying? Okay, so new game. Wait, actually you can just create a faction. Let's see. So, for example, we have that big bunk here. Now, if we move into the society traits, we have one of the society traits called the ritual cannibals. So, all your units, cultural units, wait, no, I believe this applies to everyone that is under your empire, yeah. So units gain the corpse eating ability. This is pretty funny. What does it do? You destroy the target corpse and you heal for 15. It's a free action at melee range and it only has a cooldown of 1. So if you take the corpse eating ability, you essentially eat all the corpses on the battlefield. There are no chances for the enemy to revive anything. Alright? So ritual cannibals, that's the first one. The second one is, let's see. We go into the tomes and we go into Materium and we go into Tome of Summering. They have a pretty damn OP spell, the bane of all revival strategies, and that is called the Final Banishment. All non-hero corpses on the map are destroyed. For each corpse destroyed, friendly units gain +1 bolster resistance and heals 5 temporary hit points. This is very bad news for you if you're playing Undead or a strategy that relies on revivals. So imagine you have 5 corpses that you actually want to revive. They cast this, all your corpses are gone. Immediately the enemies become exponentially more tanky and they heal a crazy load. So that is not good news, alright? So corpses, not that good. And the third one, and the most kind of absurd one. Well, okay, the third one actually, we'll save that for last, but the third one is actually, if the enemies also have revival mechanisms, they can actually revive your corpses before you do, right? So the first is Ritual Cannibals, and the second is Tome of Severing, and then the third one is Enemy revival. But this is like, you counter them, they also counter you. Enemy revivals. And the fourth most absurd one is that if you're playing multiplayer, the enemy can just stand on top of your corpse. Like, your hero died as an undead, you want to revive him, but the enemies, they killed him, and then they just put a really tanky unit to stand on your corpse. And now you can't do anything anymore, you can't revive. And so the mechanism is gone, okay? So if you're playing multiplayer, like, revivals are very, very bad, to be honest. So they just stand on it and you can't do anything about it. You have to kill the unit standing on top of them. But if you kill the unit, I believe the corpse actually gets replaced. So this is terrible. And so you can't revive anymore. So this is actually like very, very bad. Correct me if I'm wrong, of course. Do they get replaced or not? I kind of forgot. But yeah. So they just stand on top. If they stand there, the corpse is useless. Okay, it's just gone. And oh yeah, there's another way to counter corpses, and that is with a tome of, where is it? Chaos. My favorite tome of all time, Tome of Devastation. Flameburst weapons. It grants enchantment units plus 20% critical chance, very strong. And whenever this unit kills another unit, the killed unit explodes, dealing 20 fire damage to adjacent enemy units. This is actually bonkers. So if any of these units from the enemies kills your unit, your corpse, you just explode. There are no corpses left, right? They have the intrinsic giga skill called corpse explosion, alright? You're just gone. You can't revive anything. So as you can see, these are the 5 ways to actually counter corpse plays. Corpse plays. That sounds really kinky. Necrophilia or something? Anyways, these are the 5 ways to counter the corpses. The revival mechanics. So it's very strong in theory. You have an undead army, you can revive infinitely, but in reality it gets countered very, very hard. Alright, especially if you're playing multiplayer. If you're playing single player, then sure, it could work. The enemy probably won't go for a Tome of Severing, they might go for a Tome of Devastation, but hey, who cares? They won't stand on your units. They might accidentally do it, but next turn they might just move off, right? And they might not always have Tome of, the Ritual Cannibals, okay. But if you're in multiplayer, the biggest issue is just that. If they see you going undead, they can just go for Tome of Severing, and they can just go for Tome of Devastation. Even if they don't go for that, they just stand on your corpse. Hey, there's nothing you can do about it, okay? You can use, displacement effects or something, but they are quite rare, and if your enemies are, dragons and giants, they cannot be displaced. So it doesn't really work either way, alright? So, alright. Revivals, this is a masterclass on revivals. So the things that relies on revives, and we have to add third, nature, tier 5, and the ways to actually counter the revivals, alright? So, okay, masterclass on revivals done, and we have explained why resurrecting is not as good as it seems, especially if you're playing in multiplayer. Single player viable, but multiplayer, they stand on your corpse, you just stand there biting your nails, nothing you can do about it. And okay, I have to take a break now, my throat is very sore again. Okay, we will move back into our chart when we finish. Alright, dinner time, see you guys later. So, now let us take a look at the table. Alright, so on every column, you see here Resurrection, Overflow, and Swift. Every column, that's their modified enhancements. And I've tallied up all of their total heal, their total utility, their cooldown, as well as their special, though gimmick. Alright? Now let's take a look. For restoration, resurrecting restoration, we have, as a total heal, it is 10 plus 10 plus 20, and we have 40. And the regeneration that we get is 1. Okay. Compared to Overflow, the total heal is 10 times 7, so the base healing, basically, times 7 for the AoE, and that is 70. And then we have 2 regeneration applied on everyone. So that's 2 regeneration times 7. That is a whopping total of 14 regeneration. Alright. And now let's look at Swift. We just get a base 10 regeneration. No, a base 10 heal and 1 regeneration. Alright. As you can see here, Overflow is the obvious winner of the numbers game. But we're still not done yet. What is the utility of Resurrection? It is essentially we have 1 cleanse and we get a bonus of 2 strengthened. That's it. Overflow gives us a freaking 7 full cleanse. Alright? And Swift is 1 cleanse plus 1 bolster resistance from the first point. Yeah. Alright. Now what is the cooldown? So Resurrection and Overflow, they're the same. You can use it every 3 turns. They have a cooldown of 2. Now Swift, you can use it every 2 turns. It has a cooldown of 1. Alright? So you can use it every other turn. Now, what is a special thing for Resurrection? It is the special resurrection mechanism that you get access to. Also, you get access to like +4 range, but it doesn't really play out that much at all, to be honest. It could be convenient at times when you can't reach someone, but you already have a base range of 4, which isn't too bad. And it's not like an engagement ability for the mages, where you need to hit the enemy. You only need to hit your own allies for the supportive abilities, and usually your allies are closer to you, so you don't need that much range to hit them. Right. And then the special little gimmick for Overflow and for Swift is a +15 roadmap heal. And as we've explained before, this is very crucial. If you don't play with this, you will end up fighting a bunch of fights and your units will dwindle down and you will not be able to farm anymore because your units will eventually die. This prevents them from dying by healing them up. You essentially get 15 times 6, that is 90 world map heal per turn. So very, very strong. I do like that. And let's calculate what is our benefits per turn. All right. So for the heal, as we've mentioned before, the total heal from here. Let's use this now. Actually, I have a pointer. Can you guys see this? Yeah, I think you can. All right. So the total heal here is 40, and per turn we can use it every 3 turns. So 40 divided by 3, that is approximately. This means approximate. That is 13. Right. For Overflow, the total is 70 over 3. That is 23. And for Swift, it's 10 over 2, and that is 5. Pretty clear winner for the healing amount for Overflow. Now, let's look at Cleanse. All right. So we have 1 Cleanse on the Resurrection. And remember, Cleanse is super duper important. As we mentioned before, all those type of debuffs, Insanity, the stuns, the frozen, the decaying, they are terrible to have on your units. And if you don't have a way to cleanse them, you kind of just lose the fight, to be honest. So Cleanse, super duper important. It doesn't matter if your Dragon Ruler can kill everything. If he gets stunned, if he gets insaned, he will kill everything that is on your side, alright? So that is not sweet. Cleanse is super duper important, especially if you're playing multiplayer. Alright, so the cleanse that we get per turn for Resurrection, the Resurrection path, the enhancement is 0.3. But the cleanse that we get from the Overflowing, that is 7 over 3, so that is 2.3 per turn. And the cleanse that we get from Swift is 0.5 per turn. Again, for the cleanse, it's a clear winner for Overflowing. Yeah, that's just how it is. Now let's look at the Regen, alright? Regen for the Degen. It is 1 over 3, and that is 0.3 regeneration for the Resurrection pass. And for the Overflowing pass, it is 14 over 3, and that's 4.7 regeneration you get per turn, just from the single ability. And plus the first regenerating support, alright? And yeah, the regen you get from Swift is 1 over 2, and that is 0.5. You see here, this is not a very fair comparison. Now let's look at the utility that we get, alright? So utility is, okay, for resurrection, it is strengthened. Essentially, we get 2 strengthened every 3 turns at a 0.7 strengthened per turn, right? And utility, like our overflowing kind of doesn't have a special department here. It's just, you know, you get AoE regeneration and you prevent decay. It's just basic, right? From the regeneration, they kind of overlap, but yeah. And then here you get from Swift 0.5 bolster resistance per turn. Not very impressive, right? So now let's look at the specials. So for Resurrection, we get 0.3 Resurrection per turn because we get 1 every 3 turns, right? This could be crucial if your ruler dies or something, but as we've explained before, Resurrection can be countered super easily. So yeah. And you get plus for range. Well, here you get 90 world map heal, 90 world map heal. And the reason that Swift is still competitive, despite these lackluster numbers here compared to Overflow, it is because you get Leave 1. And Leave 1, you can enter defense mode, and as we explained before, the GIGACHAD defense mode on the Ritualist is absolutely bonkers. So it is a bit hard to quantify here. You can also use many other special skills. For example, let us demonstrate. For the champion, we have the command ability, right? So if we choose the basic commands or the coordinated commands, we can still use a skill right after we use Swift Restoration. So this is a good synergy, but especially for the Wizard King, this is absolutely fabulous, right? So let's see what they got. This is similar in philosophy to Godsend's recommended Wizard King Defender, but the Ritualist honestly could be better, even better than the Defender. The Defender, come on. You gotta get better, man. The Ritualist is like overshadowing you in every way. But yeah, so we can choose Channeling Ritual if we're playing a Wizard King Ritualist, and this allows us to cast an additional spell, heal for 10, and enter defense mode. So essentially, we can use our Swift Restoration, and then we can use Channeling Ritual, can cast another spell on this turn, and we get to enter defense mode and eat up all of that juicy bonuses from the Ritualist defense mode. So this is honestly, yeah, Swift is competitive, I believe. But, you know, just based off of the raw numbers from Overflowing Restoration, most of the time you want to choose this unless you have some very special synergies going on with Swift, which it could be justified under, you know, these Wizard King circumstances, or in the Dragon circumstance, as we will get into in a bit. All right, so let's look at our twerking, spinning gorilla here. Yes, very, very juicy bottom. And yeah, Overflowing, clear winner by the numbers. Swift is viable to utilize defense mode and single action abilities. Resurrection, unfortunately, not recommended. It's strong on paper, you can revive people, but I sound like a broken record. Resurrection can be easily countered. Okay, so now that we've talked about the tree and we have discovered why Overflowing and Swift are the kind of the 2 options that you want to go for, we can have our little build right here, right? So another reason that the Ritualist is so good, I believe this was mentioned by Cody in the multiplayer community. I saw it on Discord once. He mentioned that one of the reasons what makes the Ritualist so good is because the Ritualists only require you to get to, you know, level 3 to make use of the Overflowing Restoration. You give everyone so much healing, so much regeneration, and so much cleanse, and you can get access to this in 3 skill points, right? And you get access to the juicy Master of Healing for 15 world map healing per world map turn. And from here, let's see, I actually recommend getting Undying Loyalty, because this is a free action. It grants target friendly unit steadfast. Oh no, my gaming session has ended. Let's re-enter again while we talk here again. Okay, so this thing, it's a free action. Free actions are always good because they're free, right? And target friendly unit gains steadfast for 1 turn. Steadfast, I don't know if I've talked about it before, but essentially makes our units unable to die for the duration of steadfast. Usually it lasts for 1 turn, right? Let's see, we enter again, boom, okay. Now, this is a support ability. If you look here, it has a tag, it doesn't let me hover, of the support. So this will also participate in the benefits of regenerating support. So you will make your friendly units not able to die for a turn, and you can also heal them for a little through the regeneration. The AI, if you're doing auto combats only, they usually use this pretty well. So they usually use this on low health targets, on low health friendly units, but sometimes it can also just get wasted when a friendly target is low health but not in any danger. They do not have a predictive ability usually, so when they see a low health friendly unit, they kind of just use it regardless of whether they're in danger or not. Sometimes it can get wasted, but other times it can definitely come in clutch. All right, click this down. Okay, so then we go down this. Now we're only consuming 5 skill points, and we get such juicy abilities already, right? These 5 skill points are the core of the Ritualist when you're farming on the map. It is so damn strong, right? Okay, and now we actually have 2 options to go for. So the first option is to go down, go down this line. So we go down with the reclaiming attacks, especially beneficial if we use a wand, we can reposition and then we hit again. But usually, as we've explained before, we actually want to use a defense mode as a Ritualist due to support resistance 1, 2, and 3. So the defense mode is very strong. Usually, it outweighs the benefits of using reclaiming attacks, but you know, it depends. If you really need a heal and you really need the damage, it could be more beneficial than the Giga resistance and status resistance you get from the defense mode, alright? And lastly, we click onto Battlefield Restoration. Boom. Global Haste, Global Regeneration, Single Action, super sweet. And now let's see how many skill points we have consumed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So 10 skill points, I think this effectively means that we can get access to this at level 9. So at level 9 we get 9 minus 1, that is 8 skill points, plus the 2 skill points that we get from clicking our signature skills, which makes it 10. However, if you decide not to go for Undying Loyalty, which is not a necessity, it's just the icing on top of the cake, alright? You can actually get Battlefield Restoration within 9 skill points, and this essentially means that we can get this at level 8. Compared to the Defender, if you watch my previous Defender guide, you will know that the Defender only gets his goodies at level like 12 or 16. Okay, so this is so good. You get access to the ultimate skills of Ritualist, you make her super tanky, super, you know, like supportive of everyone, mass cleanse, mass heal, mass regeneration, GIGACHAD support abilities through the defense mode, and you also get Battlefield Restoration with global haste and regeneration. I'm just fanboying over the Ritualist right now, but it is seriously so good, alright? And the other option is that we can actually not go for this immediately, but after we go for this, we actually choose Conjure Wildgrowth. So we haven't talked about Conjure Wildgrowth before. Now, what makes this actually viable? What makes this so good that it is in our recommended build right here? So you will see that first, Conjure Wildgrowth. It's a 4 range, always hit, but it's a full action. And these things are nasty, which means you require 3 skill points. No, you require 3 action points to make this take into action, and then once you've clicked the skill, you have no actions left. So once per turn, you can only do this and only this, alright? You can't do anything else. So this seems like shit. What does it do? It creates obscuring flora in a 1 hex radius. So what are obscuring floras? Let's see. So create obscuring flora in a 1 hex radius. We have a 2-turn cooldown. Obscuring essentially means that units standing on this location gain obscured. Obscured means that this unit is 40% harder to hit with range attacks. So it's a low range denial. That's decent, but for a full action, whereas we can click on everything else that the Ritualist has as a goodie, and also like defense mode, how can this be any good? Well, let's move down the left path, not the right path. The right path is kind of meh, but the left path is where the juicy stuff is at, right? So we click this one, Rejuvenating Wildgrowth. Friendly units in the area of effect of Conjure Wildgrowth gain 10 hit points, and they also gain a stack of regeneration. Ooh, and now you see it's getting kind of good. So we can heal them, and we also get regeneration. And plus, because this is also a support ability, it can enjoy the benefits of regenerating support. So effectively, it means that we give everyone in the 1 hex radius 10 hit points and 2 regeneration, just like Overflowing Restoration, without the heal, without the cleanse, I mean. But okay, it's decent now. Now let's move on. Fortifying Wildgrowth. Friendly units in the area of effect of Conjure Wildgrowth gain 2 bolstered defense. Ooh, now it's getting even better. So we get 2 bolstered defense and 2 regeneration, and they heal for 10, and they are also harder to hit by ranged attacks. But the problem is, it still consumes 3 action points. You can't do anything else if you use this. So is it really worth it? And now let's move on to Swift Wildgrowth. Conjure Wildgrowth now has no cooldown, you can use it every single turn, and it leaves 1 action point after use. This is the bread and butter of the bushy path, alright? The bushy path, the payout is the Swift Wildgrowth. So you create Obscuring Flora, make your units harder to hit by range attacks, you gain 2 bolster defense, 2 regeneration, you heal 10, and the special thing is, it leaves 1 action point. Now, what does this mean? All right, I think now we need to do a little clarification. Okay, it might be better to demonstrate in combat later when we do the testing, but I'll just do it right now. So this is we're building on top of the knowledge that we gained before from Swift Restoration, so the leave 1 mechanism for the action point requirement of the skill, as well as, the basic, these single action types. So right here we came across 3 types of skills that require different actions. So let's see here. So the first we have our generic single action, right? And I think we should choose another color. Let's just choose white, okay. Walter White is here, everyone. Okay, so this will represent the action points, all right? So these are all empty at the moment. Now, the single action is we shade this, all right? So single action, this essentially means that the prerequisite to trigger the single action ability is we only need 1 single action left, all right? So we can move consuming these 2, and then we can use a single action, and then our turn is over. However, if we have 3 full skill points, and then we use a single action, our turn immediately ends, okay? So this is a single action. We only require 1 action to act it out, and when we use it, our turn ends. Now the second type, we have the Swift Restoration, the leave 1 type. So the leave 1 type, all right? So the leave 1 type, as demonstrated here, it's actually, so this part is actually like semi-shaded out. It's not solid, as you can see here. So what this essentially means is that it has the same prerequisites as the single action. So the difference that the leave 1 action has is the difference between the leave 1 action and the free action is that when you have 3 action points and you use the leave 1 action, you consume 2 of your action points and only the last one remains. But it remains so that you can do another single action attack or ability, all right? So a free action is different in the sense that you can have 3 full skill, 3 full action points, and you use a free action and you still have 3 left. The leave 1 is if you have 3 or 2 action points and you use the leave 1, you will consume every action point apart from the last one, and you will leave the last one remaining. All right, I have explained this, I kind of over-explained this, but I was very confused about this when I first started the game. All right, so leave 1, and then 3, we have our full action continue. Yes, this is a better description than the in-game one, like at least 1 action point after use. So what this does is essentially, okay, let's first write this down, full act continue. All right, so what this does is essentially, wait, what is the marking in-game for this? Okay, so the marking in-game is a little confusing. So we have 3, and then these 2 are shaded out, and then this one is a solid one. But it is a little misleading. So let's explain how this works and why this makes the Swift Wildgrowth so damn good. All right. So what this does is essentially that, okay, the prerequisite for this skill is that you have to have 3 actions. So you have to have 3 action points available to you, and only then can you use this skill. If you moved and consumed 1 action point, then you can no longer use the skill. So that is a very important part. However, if you don't move and you still have 3 action points left and you use this skill, so basically that's a part about the full action. We require a full action to trigger the skill. But after we have used the skill, as opposed to the full action, we actually don't end our turn. We do not consume all of our action points. We actually only consume 2 of our action points here, and we leave the last one remaining. So essentially, we require 3 action points to trigger, but the result is the same as a leave 1 ability. So this is incredibly powerful. Essentially, this means that a ritualist can just, sit at a stationary point, at a stationary hex every turn. They can cast the Swift Wildgrowth, give everyone 2 regeneration to both resistance and healing and harder to hit by range attacks. And then she has 1 action point left, and then she can cast another restoring overflowing restoration, and she can heal everyone and cleanse everyone and give everyone a bonus 2 regeneration. This is actually scary, all right? Or another synergy is that you can essentially use Swift Wildgrowth. You consume all of your action point and you have 1 left, and then you go for the Swift Restoration. So basically this means that the Swift Restoration becomes a free ability. So you use the Swift, and then you still have 1 action point left, and then you can enter defense mode to make your all adjacent allies super buffed up. So yeah, this is kind of crazy. And you can do this every single turn, because now the Swift Restoration, the Swift Wildgrowth, it has no cooldown anymore. You just use this every turn. You stack a bunch of defenses and regeneration and a bunch of healing on all of your units. This is ridiculous, guys. And okay, the bonus synergy that you get from Wildgrowth, the Obscuring, is one is if you go for the dragons, and another if you go for Tome of the Famous. So let's take a look at why. All right, let's go for nature and Tome of the Famous. So Tome of the Famous was one of the most annoying tomes to deal with back in the day, because their special mechanism is that it allows your units to become harder to hit by not only range attacks, but also melee attacks. So most melee attacks in the game, as you can see, they are not always hit attacks. They actually have a 100% accuracy check, right? And you might wonder, okay, 100%, that's always, right? But I think it is here who has the interaction now exclusively with Tomes of Famous. So basically what this little dude does, for example, in Stays of Mist, it grants your support units the Fey Blessing ability. Fey Blessing, it's a free action, 3 range, always hit, it's a support ability, and it targets your friendly unit, heals 10 temporary hit points, and you gain a stack of Clinging Mist. So what does Clinging Mist do? Alright, Clinging Mist is that melee, physical range, and magic attacks targeting this unit suffer minus 15% accuracy. So this, I think it is the only way to make melee attacks actually miss. Alright, this is kind of bonkers. So melee attacks, if you have 3 stack of Clinging Mist on your guys, melee attacks only have a 55% chance to hit fully, and then they can graze and then they can miss. But yeah, so what makes what makes the Conjure Wildgrowth, the Swift Wildgrowth, so good is that if you go for Tome of Fey Mist, you can get Fey Guile. At the end of this turn, if this unit is obscured or in the mist cloud, it gains a random positive status effect. So essentially, now you see where this is going. Your units, if they can stand in the mist clouds every turn, which they can because we have Swift Wildgrowth, we can use it every turn, they will gain 1 random positive status effect every single turn. This is just a very good bonus icing on the cake, alright? You don't have to go for Tomes Fey Mist. This alone is fully busted, alright? Every single turn, 2 regeneration, 2 blizzard defense, heal, and range denial. I mean, what can you ask for, right? Basically, before you engage into battle, you already have 5 stack of regeneration on your units if you have a Ritualist that has all of these trees leveled up. Alright, so this is very, very crucial. And as we've explained before, we are getting ahead of ourselves. Yeah, as we explained before, so the first tree, we can just go down the Restoration Pass and we get some world map healing. This is very crucial. And then you have 2 choices. So you can either go down the Wildgrowth Pass, and then you get Reclaiming attacks, and then you go down the Battlefield Restoration, or you just go straight down to the Battlefield Restoration, fetch this at level 8, and then you can get Undying Loyalty at level 9, and then you get Conjure Wildgrowth 10, 11, 12. But on level 12, you also get access to another signature skill, which makes you able to click Conjure Wildgrowth Swift. So essentially at level 12, you have gotten everything you needed from the Ritualist. Essentially at level 8, you've gotten everything you needed, and at level 12, you just get giga support abilities, alright? Like, this is incomparable to almost any other hero class. Maybe the mage, the ranger, the warrior, like, they have much higher damage potential, that is their thing. But just the sheer amount of support abilities, the sheer amount of healing that you get, I do think it heavily outweighs the damage that your mages or your warriors can output. Alright? So just off of sheer numbers, if we consider healing on your allies this to be the same value as damage onto the enemies, the Ritualist is by far the most valuable class in the game. Alright? It's not even close. It's kind of absurd. But of course you need something to kill people, that's why you need warriors, you need rangers, you need mages. If you need debuffs, you go for Death Knights, and things like that. But yeah, I don't hear the defender anymore. Oh, it's so sad, defenders, man. Like, I like the defenders so much. They're kind of they're not my first love, but they're like my second love. I have great success with the defenders, but after, figuring out what the other classes do and all that, they kind of just pales in comparison. But yeah. Alright, so this is our basic stuff. We can get access to this at level 12. This is all completed, alright? And if you want more bonuses, so for example, if you're going for a Wizard King or a Champion, or just your generic Ritualist that you'll be recruiting in, just your hero recruitment, right? Get a Ritualist, give me a Ritualist. Nope, shuffle. Oh yeah, the Ali shuffle did it. Alright, Oh, and we got a level 3 Ritualist. So the generic Ritualist, right? And then we, yeah. Oh, yeah. Hi. Wait, where did it go? Ritualist. Oh, here. Yeah. If you just go for the generic Ritualist, then they have these signature skills. We'll talk about this, alright? So the signature, desynced again. Okay, so the signature skills for the Wizard King and the Champion and your generic hero classes are all the same. Let's see. Alright, and what are my recommendations for our Champion Ritualist Overflowing Healer / Swift Healer here? So usually I do recommend you going for either Order or Nature, but honestly it depends on your build. Every other one, you know, they do the job just as fine. And you only get access to this if you have affinities of that. If you have affinities in your build path, all right? So if you want to go for the Order one, but you don't have Order affinities, you only have like Shadow, then tough luck, but it's fine. I just think the Order is best if you want to go for the Champion Ritualist Healer type, all right? So we go for the Order dedications, boom, and the Order dedications are very, very good because this gives all of your non-hero units in the army +3 resistance total. And then at level 4, the Paragon of Order, well, Army Leader, all non-hero units in the army gain Resurgence. Resurgence essentially means that if you win the battle and your units, some of your units have died, then they will come back to life with 50% of their hit points. However, if you lose a battle, then you lose, okay? So yeah, this essentially is kind of a snowballing skill, is that if you are fighting other AI empires or the map, you have a very strong army that you are sure to win the battle every time, but it is, you know, unavoidable that some of the units will die. This essentially makes sure that none of your units will die as long as you win the battle. So you can just keep snowballing, you won't lose any of your units as long as your total power is stronger than the enemies. All right. Okay, what are the good signature skills? So the skills associated with the signature skills, what are the good ones here? All right, so usually I will recommend to go for Keeper's Mark. So it grants our unit Faithful, which reduces their upkeep and also allows interaction with the Dome of Protection. So this skill essentially allows, I'll just do it here. This skill essentially allows all allies in a 2 hex radius, which is pretty big, to gain 10 hit points. Our Ritualist place a Dome of Protection over a 2 hex radius, and our Ritualist crucially enters defense mode. Now, what does the Dome of Protection do? I believe, if I can remember on top of my head, it grants all friendly, Zeal, and Faithful units, so this is where the Faithful comes into play. All friendly Zeal and Faithful units +2 defense, +2 resistance, and +2 status resistance. Wait, let me check again. I do not want to misremember this. Let's see. I think we need to click this in order. Initiative Order, the Adeptive Order, and the Adeptus Mechanicus. And the Master of Order. So we have here the Dome of Protection, right? Yeah, exactly. Friendly units, units with Zeal or Faithful gains +2 defense, resistance, and status resistance. So this is super duper powerful. It allows our Ritualists to enter defense mode, to enjoy all of these benefits. So this can actually grant our units, I believe. Oh wait, sorry. I'm getting too excited here. +2 defense, +9 resistance, and +12 status resistance if our units are standing adjacent to our Ritualists. Why has this desynced again? But yeah, you see this is absolutely crazy bonkers, right? 9 resistance and 12 status resistance? Like, what the hell is this? This is like astronomical numbers. So this is pretty good. And unfortunately, this does not count as a support ability. So I've did the testing and it actually does not apply the regeneration from regenerating support. But I mean, it's already super bonkers already. You don't need any more than that, all right? So we click these two, Keeper's Mark. Oh yeah, and we still haven't finished explaining Keeper's Mark. Our unit gains Faithful, which makes us synergize, which makes our hero unit synergize with Conjure Dome of Protection, because our heroes cannot gain Zeal or Faithful through the enchantments of, for example, Tome of Zeal or Tome of Faith. So right here. Order Affinity. Tome of Faith, it gives our, maybe only the supports? Wait, what was it called again? Oh yeah, so our units, our heroes cannot gain Faithful and Zeal through ordinary means as our average units can, like through Faith or Zeal, the Legion of Zeal, for example, or the Tome of the Cleansing Flame. We get access to the Pyre Shrine, which makes all units produced in the city Faithful. I don't know what's the interaction between if you have this Pyre Shrine in your throne room and then you recruit a hero. I don't know if they actually benefit from this, but yeah, maybe you guys can test it out and let me know. But this is just a very surefire way to gain Faithful on your heroes. And when taking fatal damage for the first time, this unit gains Steadfast and Pacified. So Steadfast essentially is this skill, Undying Loyalty, but on our own Ritualist here, which makes them unable to die for one turn, but also Pacified, which makes our unit not able to use melee, physical range, and magic abilities. But that is completely fine, because we can still enter defense mode and we can still use support abilities, which is what our Ritualist is about. So essentially, we prevent our Ritualist from being bursted down in one single turn, and we also get a sweet little Faithful, alright? Yeah, and a little bonus from Faithful is that unit upkeep is reduced by 10%. Alright, and the last one for the Mending Touch, this one is super nice. It's a free action, it heals a target from the unit for 25, and it's a support. So we can apply 1 stack of regeneration, heal for 25 every 3 turns on the free action ability. This is super duper good. Alright, and then at level 16, we can go for Paragon of Order, and Resurgence, and when we use a support ability, this is actually insane. Lead by example. Last but certainly not least, on kill, so when this unit kills someone, so all friendly units gain plus 15 hit points and plus 15 morale. When we use the support ability, all friendly units gain plus 5 morale. As we explained before, Swift Wildgrowth counts as a support ability, Swift Restoration also is a support ability, and Undying Loyalty support ability, Mending Touch support ability, you can essentially get like 20 morale on your units on one single turn, just by lead by example. This essentially makes your units immune to any type of morale damage. If your enemies are playing with, for example, Tome of the Doom Herald, or Nightmare Mounts and all of that, good luck to them. Your Ritualist will just cover all of your weaknesses from the morale aspect, alright? They will never get to trigger Cruel Weaponry, and yeah, it's just tough luck for morale builds right now, especially if you go for this. This is actually very scary. Alright, so I believe this is it for our Champion Ritualist Overflowing / Swift Healer. You guys can take a screenshot of this, and remember that the later 2 paths are flexible. You can go for Wildgrowth, and you can also go for the ultimate skill, depending on your preferences. But the first one, I do believe this is the ideal path. It definitely benefits your early auto resolves a lot. It helps you clear things, helps you heal on the world map. It helps you heal in combat, makes your unit undying, saves them for 1 turn so that they don't die. It's just very solid. Alright, now let's continue on to our summoner. Not these little guys right here. I mean our summoners. Let's go. Okay, and then Ash summons these little sumo wrestlers. Yes. Alright, let's cut here, and then we begin after I get some water. Skibbity. Alright, now let us proceed on to our champion ritualist, Summoner class. Okay, so the Summoner class, in general, I would say it's weaker than if we go for the healer type ritualist. The reasons are as follows. If we go for the Summoner class, the Summoner pass first, we do not get access to the Overflowing Restoration, nor the Master of Healing, nor Undying Loyalty, which, as we've explained before, are vital pieces for our farming journey in Age of Wonders 4, which scales up our economy and thus scales up our military and thus wins us the game. So what do we get instead as a summoner? Alright, so let's reset this. Boom. Alright, so what do we get here? We get Raise Undead. Let's first go down this path. So I will call this path, the Undead Summoner, and then I will call this path the Elemental Summoner. Yeah. Come on. Okay, yeah. As you can see, my PC drawing skills are sublime. Alright, so for the Undead Summoner, we first get Raise Undead. Friendly Undead Corpse is revived with 60% of its total hit points. Non-Undead Corpse is raised as a zombie. Could be useful if you're playing with Whiteborn, but as we explained before, corpses aren't that good, usually. But in auto results against the AI, they usually don't stand under corpses or have any way to counter it. So if you have undead units, it could be a reliable way to, just get them up and running once they die. Yeah. So, and now we move on. We have Zombie Keeper. So summon a zombie unit at the start of battle. It doesn't work in water combat. Essentially, this is a free action. You just get a free zombie at the start of battle, every single battle. A zombie is pretty weak, I believe has like 50 hit points or something. Like it's like a tier 0.5 unit. So yeah, zombie has 50 hit points, 10 damage. I mean the damage is fine, but nothing to write home about. However, the special part now is that we get Wyvern Keeper after we clicked onto the zombie. So we summon a Bone Wyvern at the start of battle. Doesn't work in water combat. I do not know why, but wyverns fly, don't they? So they fly on top of water. I guess there's just no way to find corpses or raise undead from the ground if you're in the ocean or something. I have no idea why. But yeah, so if you click this, you summon a Bone Wyvern instead of a zombie at the start of battle. Now, what are Bone Wyverns? Are they good? Are they decent? Let's take a look. So, Bone Wyverns, wildlife, let's find dragon. Where is my dragon Bone Wyvern? Okay, so these guys are actually pretty dang solid. They actually just got buffed in the recent patch, and it's actually kind of a nerf to this particular skill. Because they got a poisonous burst. They have now a ranged skill. Before they only had the melee strike. So the poisonous burst deals damage, 14 damage. It's not that much, but it's something to the target unit, and it has a 90% chance of poison. It has a 2-turn cooldown, so yeah. Average skirmisher unit, which has, a poisonous burst, alright? And then you have melee strikes, 13 damage, and you have a chance to poison. The important part is that you get this unit for free at the start of battle, at the start of every single battle. Alright? And the powerful part about this unit is also that it's an animal unit, so if you actually go for a very nice signature skill, that is Nature Dedication for our signature skills. I sound like a broken record. But if we get pack leader here, well, army leader, all animal units in the army have flanker, minus upkeep, which is not relevant in our case here, and +1 defense and resistance. So, what is flanker? Flanker makes our animal units, so in this case, our animal cape. Blah. So, animal units who have flanker, they will deal bonus 25% damage when they flank people. Alright? So they will deal extra giga hard damage when they flank. And Bone Wyvern, since they are an animal, they also benefit from this. But since they are also undead, we also have a very good skill in Shadow, and that is Unholy Leader. While Army Leader, non-hero undead units in the army have plus 10% damage, 15 hit points, 2 fire, and spirit resistance. So as you can see here, undead units, they inherently have more frost and blight resistance, but a very, very large weakness to fire and spirit. This makes up for our spirit and fire weakness, and also makes our undead units hit harder. I don't know if this actually applies to the Bone Wyvern. I haven't tested it out yet. This video has already taken me way too long, but if you do know, please let me know. If you do know, please let me know. Yeah, so that I know that you know. Alright, okay. So, also the dude is a dragon, and all dragon units have Draconic Rage. So when this unit's total hit point reaches 60% or lower, it deals plus 30% damage. And from one of the viewers, Mineral47, he also sent me a chart saying that Draconic Rage, as well as things like crit, they are the multiplicative modifiers for damage. So Draconic Rage, this plus 30% damage, you can just see it as a 30% overall damage buff, as opposed to some other things which is like they only boost the base value, so they are additive. Multiplicative damage boosts are almost always better in the game, and Draconic Rage is one of those multiplicative ones. So this is a very, very powerful passive, especially when you consider that the Bone Wyvern, it is a single entity unit. So in Age of Wonders 4, as we've explained in our previous videos, most of our regular units, they have multiple entities in one unit. So for example, we have a group of zombies, and then we have a group of them, so we have like, we have like 3 of them here. But the thing is, when we deal damage to the zombies, for example, we deal 33% of the damage and we kill off one zombie, then their damage will also be reduced by 33% because there's only 2 models dealing damage to us now. So that is one of the reasons why single entity units, I'd say, single entity / single model units are so good, because they do not take casualties when their HP gets reduced. So their damage output is constant regardless of whether they have 100 HP or 1 HP. And this is even stronger with Draconic Rage. One of the downsides with Draconic Rage is that usually when your unit's total HP reaches like 60% or lower, they take casualty damage and they deal less damage in total. So if you boost a lesser damage by 30%, it is not as good as if you boost the unit's, if the unit has 100% HP and has full damage. So boosting the Draconic Rage's boost of 30% is not as good on multi-entity units than single-entity units. So when the Bone Wyvern enter into low health, they will deal massive damage, basically. All right, and that's why also dragons are so good, because they are also single-entity units and they have Draconic Rage. So the dangerous thing about dragons is that sometimes you actually don't want to get them down to 60% health. Sometimes you don't even want to hit them because they will hit you harder if you do so. You actually ideally want to burst down a dragon in one single turn so that they don't get to trigger their Draconic Rage. They just die, all right? But they are also very tanky, which makes them hard to burst down. And if you cannot burst them down in one turn, they will come and retaliate against you with their Draconic Rage, huge damage. So yeah, just a little thing about dragons and things that have the dragon tag, including the wyverns as well as the slithers, alright? Okay, and also I believe prosperity and calamity dragon. Yeah, oh, look at this guy. Dude's so freaking cool. Dude's dripping. Alright. Okay, now we have finish explaining how good the Bone Wyvern is. Now, why did I say at the beginning of this section that it is kind of a nerf to this particular skill when the Bone Wyvern actually got buffed with a range attack and became a skirmisher? I believe it was a fighter unit before. So the problem is, right, now in auto resolves, the Bone Wyvern will actually use its range attack first and stay in the back line while your units rush to the front. So before, the philosophy behind the usage of the Bone Wyvern is essentially he's just a tank. So you get a free tank every single turn, and because he has 40 movement and he also flies, he will traverse faster throughout the battlefield than most of your own units. So they will get to the enemy front lines much quicker, and they will tank the enemy's first alpha strike. And since you don't care about this unit, he can just tank however he likes, and if he still survives, he will retaliate with Draconic Rage. Alright? Now the problem is, dudes will use his Poisonous Burst first and stay in the backline, while your units rush to the front and takes the enemy's alpha strike. So you end up with a situation that you kind of just have this unit around to deal some damage and to have his ranged weapon, and not so much to help you tank anymore. Before, the reason was so powerful is that every single combat you get a free tier 2 unit that is a great tank, because he is very proactive in tanking. He moves very fast, he's bloodthirsty, but now he's a coward, so you can't expect him to tank anymore, and so his value actually dwindles a lot through the skill in auto combat. If you're doing manual combat, then it's definitely a better unit because you can use the range skill while keeping your allies back and still allowing the Bone Wyvern to take the alpha strike from the enemy. Alright. But yeah, it's just not as good as before as a tank. But as a unit, it's definitely better if you use it in manual combat. Okay, and now if we move on, this is actually a very, very overlooked skill. Let's see, alright? So this skill right here, boom, 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 we get our Bone Wyvern, Infested Summons. Units summoned by this hero have Aura of Disease, immunity to disease, and this very hero is also immune to disease. Now, what is Aura of Disease? At the end of this unit's turn, adjacent enemy units have a base 60% chance of becoming diseased. What is disease? Let's go down the rabbit hole. This unit has -4, -4 resistance. At the end of its turn, there is a base 60% chance of this debuff spreading to adjacent units. Now. Why is this so good? So essentially, let's move on to our little canvas here. So imagine we have our little Bone Wyvern here, let's just call him Big B. He moves up, and he moves up here, and he moves here, being surrounded by enemy units. So these are all the enemy units. Now, with Aura of Disease, he actually has a 60% chance to inflict disease on every single one of them. Now, 60% is not a high chance. Reduced by status resistance, it becomes like a 20, 30, 40% chance. However, it automatically applies to every single unit that is adjacent to you. Alright? And, let's see. So, Aura of Disease at the end of this unit's turn. Okay, so essentially you move up to the enemies. At the end of its turn, you inflict disease onto the enemies. And what does disease do again? The enemies have -4 resistance, but also they also have a chance of a 60% chance to spread. Okay, so essentially, if you spread disease onto the enemies here, they all have a 60% chance to spread to their adjacent allies. So you end up in the situation where if one person has disease, you get a whole freaking pandemic if you don't cleanse it on time. And this pandemic is a pretty severe nerf, including fever, sore throats, as well as -4 resistance. I was caught on by the disease, that's why I was coughing. Okay. I actually got choked by my own saliva. It's weird sometimes, like, why do we actually like choke on our own spit? I think people have died from it. Yeah. Jeez. Okay, yeah. -4 resistance, and if you don't cleanse a disease on time, it could end up in a situation where the whole enemy army actually has -4 resistance. So this is actually very, very strong. You can think of it as if your army comprises mainly of magic attacking units, then you can just think of it as like a 30 to 40% damage buff to your whole entire army. And this is actually a very, very strong ability, assuming the enemy does not cleanse it on time, alright? And also, this unit gets an immunity to disease, and the hero also gets immunity to disease. And don't forget, this applies to all units summoned by this hero. So it applies to our little bone wyvern, but it also applies to something else that we will get into. Now, if we go down this line further, we get access to Dark Ritual. It's a full action, so it requires 3 action points, and when you cast it, you can't do anything anymore. So it deals 10 damage, it's a 6 range, always hit. Enemies in a 1 hex radius sustains damage, 10 frost damage. All corpses in a 1 hex radius turn into decaying zombie units. So what this does is that if you have a bunch of corpses on the battlefield, you can AoE revive them as decaying zombies. And these decaying zombies, they have the special kind of enchantment to their melee strike, is that they have a 30% chance of inflicting decaying. And as we've explained before, decaying is a very, very powerful debuff. 30% is not a lot, but if you get a bunch of zombies, you'll get lucky eventually. Alright? So, in theory, it is strong. You could potentially revive up to 7 units, get up to 7 decaying zombies. However, the problem is that the corpses, they can just be negated very easily, as we've explained before. And if you're using this in auto combats, the AI, they usually just revive like 2 units. That's what I've seen, like 2 or 3 units. They usually don't do anything much better than that, because it's actually quite difficult for 7 units to just die in a 1 hex radius. Usually there's only like 2 or 3 corpses in the area, and the AI doesn't really use it that well either. Plus it's a full action, so you can't do anything at all. You can't utilize a defense mode, you can't heal, you can't cleanse. You just get some decaying zombies. Alright, okay, that's fine. Alright, and now if we move down, we get Weaver. Weaver for the weasels. You essentially get all your abilities refreshed. It refreshes all your ability cooldowns and once per combat abilities. And then, boom, you enter defense mode. So we always love to see the enter defense mode on our Ritualist here. Just like the signature skill for the Wizard King. Everything that allows us to enter defense mode on a Ritualist is superb. Alright? Now, it also refreshes all our ability cooldowns and once per combat abilities. This is actually super duper strong because, in case you haven't remembered, our battlefield restoration can only be used once per battle. And this makes us able to use it twice. So essentially, if we have this and we have this, we can have hasten and regeneration on a global scale for the entire duration of the combat. Of course, if the enemy doesn't have any way to counter the hasten or regeneration. So this is incredibly powerful, and it also refreshes long ability cooldowns, like the Undying Loyalty has a 4-turn cooldown. Cooldown. And also, the Conjure Greater Spirits, as well as the Dragon Breath. So they have a 2-turn cooldown, which is not long, but if you use a Dragon Breath and then you use this, you can use 2 Dragon Breaths consecutively. Like Dragon Breath, Weaver, Dragon Breath. Alright. I will explain the Dragon Lord later, and okay, so the Dragon Lord is just broken, guys. It's just broken. But yeah. Let us continue. And then if we continue, we go down our support resistance, and then we go down battlefield restoration. So yeah, this is the Undead tree. We get access to Raise Undead, which is alright. If you're playing around with Whiteborn, it could be valuable, but as always, remember, corpses kinda easily countered in multiplayer. And okay, raise Undead, and then you get Bone Wyvern. As we've mentioned as well, it's not as good as before for the purpose of helping your units tank through. However, the Infested Summons is pretty fabulous because it can debuff the enemies into oblivion. It can trigger a whole nother COVID pandemic around them. Alright, so this is very nice. I don't really recommend getting Dark Ritual, but if you get Weaver, which is a very good ability, you kind of have to go Dark Ritual if you want to go down this path. Alright? Now, so this is for the Undead path. And as we've explained before, the Shadow. So, let's see. Wait, what? The Shadow Signature Skill 2 synergizes very well if you have an Undead army. Okay? Now, let us move on to... No, it has crashed again. Now, let us move on to, let's see, our Elementalist / Animal Summoner. Alright, so let's see what we have here. At the first tree, we get Conjure Astral Ward. You summon an Astral Ward and it lasts for 3 turns. It's a single action ability. Now, what is an Astral Ward? This thing essentially has 25 hit points, pretty abysmal, but it has a little special ability called Warding Link. It makes damage sustained by the target friendly unit transferred to this Astral Ward. Alright? So essentially, you spend your whole turn, you spend a single action to summon a thing that has 25 hit points. You just get 25 hit points. Okay, okay. I mean, this is nice, I guess. In the early game, it could be very good if you're farming things, because the AI actually likes to, I think as explained by Walker, the AI likes to slap this thing in front of your army, and even if it doesn't use the warding bond that well, you just get a 25 hit point little tank, a mini tank, to tank for your units, and so they survive auto combat somewhat easier. So it's early game decent stuff, but in the late game you always want to use defense mode over this 25 hit points. Like, what is this? Okay, it's just half a zombie basically. And then Fortified Summons is where it gets good. Units summoned by this hero have plus 10 hit points. So all units, including if you go for the Bone Wyvern. I can't remember if you raise an Undead and you get a zombie, will they also enjoy this benefit? I'm not too sure. Leave it in the comments if you know. Now, if you go Conjure Lesser Spirit, this is an interesting ability. So as you can see here, pay attention here. What does it mean again? What does it mean again? Do you remember? What is this action requirement? Yes, so this is our full action continue. It requires full actions, but once you use this, you still have 1 action point left. So this is actually a very good skill in terms of action economy. However, how is a summon actually? So here at this level, we only get 1 range, so we can only summon this little spirit adjacent to us, and it's only a random tier 1 spirit. And it only lasts for 3 turns. And I will explain why this is actually a problem later when we get into combat. It's not apparent here, but you will see. And then we can get Conjure Greater Spirit. So now it replaces our Lesser Spirit with the tier 3 spirit. You might think this is good. And under the right circumstances, I have a very special combo for you. This is actually kind of broken, alright? This is super duper good. But if you don't use that combo, it can actually turn out to be very lackluster. I will get into that later, alright? But, I mean, you get a free tier 3 spirit unit, it's good. It's definitely very good. But the problem is with its, you summon it, and it only has 1 action point. So it actually cannot move, and neither can it teleport using the unique elemental skills for the tier 3 spirits. So essentially the first turn that you summon it is stuck doing nothing, and you only have 2 turns left on the summon, and I believe only on the 3rd turn, so the last turn that it survives, only then can you let it teleport and actually do something that's very useful. And if you use it in multiplayer, people will usually just ignore it. Because on the first turn, you can't do anything. On the second turn, you can finally do something, but on the third turn, it's going to be gone. So effectively, you only have 2 turns of a lifespan from Conjure Greatest Spirit. And in multiplayer, like some people, they usually just ignore this since it'll just go away. And if you're in late game battles, a tier 3 unit that only has a 2-turn lifespan is questionable, all right? But yeah, okay. Now, let us move on to a very good skill. It is called the Astral Bond. Now, it's always hit, it has a 4 range, and look here, it's a leave 1 type ability. So it's the same as the Swift Restoration. If you only have 1 action point left, you can consider this as a free skill. What does this do? You link up with the target-friendly Magic Origin unit. While this is active, target gains +1 retaliation, +30 accuracy, and frenzy. So this is quite good. Retaliation, we always like more retaliation. It definitely can be shut down by various different types of strategies, like for example blind, or the industrious arbalist, the overdrawn crossbows, or just frozen, any type of CC, or if you get flanks or blah blah blah. But I mean, if they have no means to counter retaliations, you can retaliate them into oblivion. And then you gain +30 accuracy. This usually, it could be useful, but I believe the only spirit that relies on ranged attack is a Magma Spirit. The Snow Spirit can benefit from this, but they only have a single shot and it has a cooldown, and they also have a teleport, so they don't really need it. Wait, where is it? Yeah, elemental. Yeah, okay, so we can summon the Storm Spirit. This guy is very strong. It's a shock unit, and it can shock the enemy units. Wait, I think they're actually called shock units, and they can use shocking phase. Yeah, so double GIGACHAD shock, all right? And you can get a Stone Spirit. It's a shield unit. They can phase, and then they can do a Giga Hulk Smash, and then every enemy unit in the 2 hex radius sustains damage and has a chance to get immobilized. And also you have a Snow Spirit, so they have a 2-turn cooldown range ability that has a 90% chance of inflicts frozen. If unsuccessful, they inflict slowed. Alright? Oh Lord, I'm talking too fast right here, but let's get this video done with. It's already taking way too long. Okay. And then they also have a teleport, so as you can see, every single elemental here has a teleport. But the crappy problem here is that it starts on cooldown, so you can't use it immediately, right? So they can teleport, but you can't teleport immediately, so on the first turn they're kind of useless. And then you can get a Tide Spirit. It's also a melee unit, it's a fire unit. You can make everyone wet like your mother, right? And then we get the Magma Spirit. Sorry for insulting your mother, it just came out of my mind out of nowhere. Okay, and we get the Magma Spirit. This is the only one that kind of benefits from the accuracy bonus, but they also have an always hit magic attack that deals damage in a 1 hex AoE, and they have a phase, right? Okay, so essentially, this benefits all types of Magic Origin units. It gives everyone a retaliation attack, +30 accuracy, and frenzy. What does frenzy do? Every time you attack, you gain 1 strengthen. What is strengthen? Plus 10% damage. The effects are increased for single shot attacks. So if you have a Storm Spirit and you have a charge attack, or if you have a Snow Spirit and you have this freezing burst and it's a single shot, you actually get 2 stacks of strengthened. All right. So this is very, very strong, and you can buff up late game Magic Origin units, like for example the Lithering new guy is a pretty powerful charge unit, and for example also Reapers and all that, whatever you have it. Yeah, and we crashed again. Okay, so now let us move on. Okay, so and then we move on and we move back up to Weaver. And then we move down the line again. So let's take a look at this tree again. On the first skill, we get a little 25 HP summon. That's decent for the early game. On the second skill point, we get beefier summons, which is always good. On the third skill, we get a little elemental summon that could be viable, but It's kind of meh, okay? It's really kind of meh. Okay, so the little elemental is really bad, and the tier 3 elemental is kind of meh if you don't use the specific combo that I will show you in a bit. And for the magic origin link, what's it called again? The astral bond, this is actually excellent, as we will get into later. Partially because, you can use it, it actually has 0 cooldown, that's kind of the special thing, and it counts as a support ability, so it applies a regeneration, and it also buffs up your magic origin units. It scales into the late game if you have very powerful late game magic origins. Alright, now let us move on. Okay, what are the signature skills that are beneficial? As we mentioned before, if you are going for an animal build, you can definitely go for the nature 1, and then you can go for pack leader. If you are going for undead, adept of shadow definitely helps, so shadow 2, and go for unholy leader. However, now here comes the interesting part. You can actually get 3 different summons from the level 12, the tier 3 signature skills. The first one is Master of Nature, and you get access to Cold as a Wild. Woohoo! Summons 2 random tier 2 animal units on target hex. It's a full action, it's a full range, but you get 2 random tier 2 animal units. And if you get pack leader, then they deal bonus damage when flanking, and they're also tankier. And because unlike the elemental summon, where you can only summon onto a hex adjacent to you, you can actually summon it behind the enemies. And these animals, they spawn with full action points. So if you summon behind the enemies, they will flank the enemy, benefiting from flanker, and you will decimate them. You get 2 random tier 2 animals. This is pretty powerful, all the way into the mid to late game transition. If you're into the late game, everyone has like tier 4 or 5 units. Tier 2 animals aren't gonna do much, all right? Okay, and because it's a full action, if you get into late game fights, you ideally just want to use Swift Wildgrowth, and then use Overflowing Restoration, and then use your defense mode or whatever to buff up your units even more, because 10 resistance, like 12 or something stats resistance, that is something that is impossible to come by unless you go for a Ritualist, alright? Okay, so Cold as a Wild, this is the first summoning option, and then we have, let's see, Shadow, Master of Shadow, okay? And here we get access to Exhume Undead. You have a 5 range, so 1 more range compared to our Cold as a Wild. Again, it's a full action, but here, you summon a tier 3 undead unit onto target hex. And this summon lasts for 3 turns. Adjacent enemies suffer Soulbound and 2 Remorse. Now, let's move down here. Shadow. 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 Alright, okay, now what is Soulbound and Remorse? Soulbound essentially makes you gain more souls from killing the unit that has Soulbound, and when this unit dies, you can actually get a decaying zombie from the corpse. So essentially this is actually very, very powerful. In the multiplayer community, people sometimes ban the shadow transformation of the dragons because all units slain by the dragon transform into decaying zombies. And it's a guaranteed chance, but there are some bugs associated with this, sometimes it doesn't work, but on paper it is guaranteed. However, if you have Soulbound on the enemies, it's almost like a mini undead transformation for the dragon, because now when you kill enemies, you become a true necromancer. You get zombies out of their corpses for a 30% chance. It's not that much, but you can just picture it as, every three units you kill, you kind of get a zombie. So this is actually pretty powerful. Now, they also get 2 Remorse, and Remorse is just reducing their morale. I mean, it's alright, but as we mentioned before, morale play is not as strong anymore. Okay, Exhume Undead, this is our second summon available on the tier 4s. Why does this keep goddamn crashing? Okay, and now let's move on to the third summon on our tier 3 signature skill. I believe I said tier 4 before, but no, ignore what I just said. Focus on what I have to say now. So, for our tier 3 Materium, we have Awaken Earth. It is a 5 range, always hit, full action ability. You destroy a target obstacle, and then you summon a Stone Spirit under your command. This summon lasts for 3 turns. I believe the Stone Spirit can immediately use his Hulk Smash when he gets summoned, so this is actually very useful. You can effectively, summon your Ritualist is here, and then there's an obstacle here, and then there are like a crazy ton of enemies here. You use this, summon the Stone Spirit, and then you use Hulk Smash, and then boom, immobilizes everyone. So this is actually a pretty decent skill. It's also a summon. Okay. I would say that, okay, if you want to choose, you actually don't have much of a choice. It really depends on your build. Because for our classic humanoid, Wizard King, Champion, and our average heroes, these signature skills are dependent on the affinities that you have. And I believe to get to the tier 3 signature skills, you actually have to have 6 of the given affinity. So yeah, if you have undead affinities, go for the Master of Shadow. If you have nature, go for Master of Nature. If you have Materium, go for this. You don't really have a choice since the affinities are quite limited now that you can't shuffle it around as in the previous patches with your heroes. Okay. Let's move on. Let's see. Okay, signature skills, the level 4 ones are all very good, but they're not unique to they don't have like much unique synergies for the Ritualist, so I won't be explaining this too much. And yeah, this one's always good, lead by example. And the nature one could also work, so you gain more tankiness and maternal rage, and maternal rage, as I believe it gives you 1 stack of regeneration and 1 stack of strengthen whenever a friendly unit dies. And you also gain natural regeneration, so this makes your Ritualist even more tanky. If you have Materium, you can also go for Ancient Averse, which makes you deal more damage. We don't need this, which makes you into a large target, which is always bad because large targets are more easily hit by range attacks and takes bonus damage from polearms and special weapons that targets large targets. You just gain 20 hit points. I don't really recommend this. It actually makes your Ritualist, in general, actually less tanky. The 20 hit points actually doesn't make up for the debuffs you get from being a large target. Alright, and you can't make use of the damage buff either, so yeah. Alright, now, what do you want to do? Okay. How long has this video been rolling for? This is actually crazy. But I hope you guys are enjoying this and learning a lot from this. This is like everything I've figured out over my past many hours of doing research for this video and all my hours of playing the game. Alright. So, let us now move on to the Dragon Ritualist. We have officially finished up our Champion of Humanity, our Homer Simpsons, our Wizard Kings, and our average Wizard Kings. Alright, now we can move on to the special boys. Now we can move on to the special boys, like the dragons and the squids. We won't really be covering the giants because, as I've mentioned before, they don't really have a unique synergy with the Ritualist. If you want to go a giant and a Ritualist, feel free to do so, because Ritualist on its own is very good, and the giant on its own is very good. These two might not have synergy with each other, but, on their own, you can just combine them. They're very good. Still very good. Okay. Alright, now let's move on to the dragons. The dragons, my favorites. Alright, so now we have the Dragon Ritualist. Now, what makes a Dragon Ritualist so damn good? The secret sauce. Let's turn our dragon on over here. Let's turn our dragon on over here. Wait, what? That sounds weird. Okay, anyways. Okay, so several factors that contribute into making the Dragon Ritualist absolutely busted. Alright? The first being the dragons have access to dragon breaths. And the dragon breaths can have unique enhancement based off of the dragon's level 12 signature skills. The second reason is because the Dragon Roar counts as a support ability, and you apply this to every single unit on a 2-hex radius. So if you have regenerating support, the dragon applies Rah, and then every single unit in a 2-hex radius gets regeneration. Very powerful. And you can use it, before the battle starts, because usually in the first turn or so in a battle, your units are busy like marching up to each other, and you're not doing anything, not using any attacking abilities. So the Dragon Roar is a perfect ability to use in the first to second turn of the battle. Alright, now let's look into the actual very important signature skills that only the dragons have access to and no other ruler type. So, at level 4 is not really important. If you're going for an animal build, feel free to go for the nature aspect. But I believe the unique things, so the unique bonus that you get from the nature aspect for the dragon is actually the weakest out of everything. So what this does is that it makes non-base attack abilities grant a friendly unit in a 3 hex radius range of the target 10 hit points. So effectively, when you use a non-base attack ability, which like as a ritualist you only have the dragon breath attack and the tail swipe, you'd never want to get the terrifying gorging. It's a terrifyingly terrible ability, alright? Okay, so the non-base attack ability, like the tail swipe and the breath attack, it just healed a friendly unit for 10 HP. Okay, 10 HP, just alright, fine. it's not nothing, but it's pretty close to nothing. And if we go for nature, for the order aspect, adjacent friendly units gain 2 resistance. This is very solid. It gives your adjacent units plus your defense mode so much more resistance. Unkillable through magic damage. And you can have the shadow aspect, all attacks inflict guarantee weakened. The effect is double for single shot attacks. So this is actually very, very good if you're playing with Dark, because it has a unique called the weak synergy with weakened. And you have a GIGACHAD Dragon Breath that hits in a 2 hex cone when you get the level 12 breath attack transformation. So a 2 hex guarantee weakened that triggers all of your calls a weak from Dark is very powerful. However, you can also get Materium aspect, which grants you bonus damage on opportunity and retaliation attacks, and it also gives you charge resistance. As we have explained before in our Defender video, charge units absolutely demolish your defense mode if you don't have charge resistance. And since our Ritualist relies heavily on our defense mode, well, it's not relies heavily, Ritualists can still be very, very good without their defense mode, but it's just the fact that since our Ritualist defense mode are so good, and we ideally want to be making use of it, getting charge resistance and not having our defense mode broken by charging units, which are usually the biggest threat to our Ritualists, because they are like the assassins of the enemies. They just come into the backline highly mobile and they deal heavy damage on a single strike, and they counters our defense mode. All right, so this is actually very good. It ensures our Ritualists to have more survivability and preserves the Ritualist's defense mode. Or we can get Chaos aspect. I don't recommend this as a Ritualist. It's a 20% crit chance, super duper powerful if you're going for like a warrior or a death knight or a spellblade dragon, but here you're not making use of the crit chance at all. And then we have Astral aspect. Breath attacks deal bonus damage. Breath attacks gain base 90% chance of inflicting thunder resistance for 3 turns. All right, this is actually interesting because, let me take a sip of water, my throat is parched. Okay, we will be making use of our breath attacks a lot as a Ritualist, especially in combination with Reaver. So we can use our breath attacks once and then use Weaver and the breath attack again, so we can actually ramp up a lot of damage through our breath attacks, and they also gain a base 90% chance of inflicting thunder resistance. So this is also viable, all right? However, for the most ideal ones, I believe, okay, if you're Dark, go for Shadow. If you're just playing more of a supportive role, go for Order. If you're playing with animals, go for Nature, and then pick up Pack Leader. And if you just want a general booster survivability, and the enemies will be fielding a lot of charge unit, like Dark Knights or Feudal Knights or something like that, go for the Materium aspect. Never go for Chaos aspect as a Ritualist dragon, and you can also feel free to go for the Astral aspect if that's what you prefer, because you also get adjacent friendly units gain +2 resistance on the warding aura from the signature skill. Alright, okay, so on the second signature skill, this is also where it gets very interesting. We have many different choices to choose from. So here, we can actually go for the traditionally powerful dragon shadow transformation, alright? So this gives our dragon more HP, and every single signature skill gives our dragon bonus HP and defense and all that. But the important part is that our dragon becomes undead. So if you have a necromancer or if you have another ritualist that has raise undead, we actually can use raise undead on our dragon, because he is now an undead unit. So effectively you gain a bunch of revivals for your dragon, but again the weakness is that don't let your corpses get countered in multiplayer, right? And all attacks of the dragon gain lifesteal, and all slain units transform into decaying zombies except water combat. So All attacks gain lifesteal. This is actually super duper strong because we have access to the Dragon Breath. It can hit up to a 2 hex radius, and every single hit that you trigger will trigger a lifesteal. So every single hit will trigger, I believe, either a 10 or a 5. They changed this a little bit, I can't really remember, but you will heal a crazy load from lifesteal, right? And the bonus is that if you have decaying zombies, then it's good. If you gain bonus damage from the astral aspect for your breath attacks deal more damage, more likely to kill things, and you gain more decaying zombies that way. However, Shadow Aspect is not the only one that's very good for the Dragon Ritualist. You can also go for Primal Dragon for the natural regeneration for more survivability. Or you can go for the Order Dragon, you get Celestial unit type, and you also get access to Keeper's Mark, which boosts your survivability and also grants you Faithful. Okay, however, the special birthday boy of the week here is actually our nature transformation. So why is this now viable? Before it wasn't really that good, all right? Now why is it considerably better? One of the reasons is that they have they have buffed the plant unit type. I believe they now have more resistance toward lightning, I think. Before it was a +2, now they have +4. Correct me if I'm wrong, but they're a great counter to lightning damage, which people love to go with, in particular if they go with, Tome of Evocation and Tome of the Stormborn, +4 lightning resistance is a lot. However, -4 fire resistance, this is also pretty bad if you face up against, Chaos and all of that. You gain Forest Walk, which is irrelevant for your dragon because homie can fly. The crucial part here is that you actually gain 20% healing received in combat. This is the buffs that they also gave to plants, so this is actually very, very good. With all of your various forms of healing from the Ritualist, this essentially makes your self-heal a lot better and make your dragon even more unkillable, alright? And you also gain the Fey unit type. So you gain Spirit Resistance, but -4 Blight Resistance. So Spirit damage is one of the more popular damage types in the game if they go for Tome of Zeal, which is a very popular and a very good tome, and also Tome of the Cleansing Flame for the Pyre Tempters. Having bonus Spirit Resistance is always good. And we also get access to Fey Guile. As we explained before, it is the race transformation that you get from Tome of the Fey Mist. Every single turn when our dragon ends, if our dragon is obscured or in a mist cloud, our dragon gains 1 positive status effect. Pretty nice little bonus, alright? And also our dragon ignores vision penalties from Misty and accuracy penalties from Cleanliness. But since our Dragon Breath always hits anyway, it doesn't really matter. It might matter for our melee attacks, since melee attacks only have a 100% chance and can be reduced down to 55%. It could work, but not a big deal, just a good bonus to have. Now the important part is Fey Growth. At the end of this unit's turn, gain Obscured until move and creates obscuring flora in adjacent spaces. Now why is this so wonderful? Because of our Conjure Wildgrowth Swift, the Swift Wildgrowth, we actually ideally don't want to move at all because we want to cast Swift Wildgrowth every single turn, alright? And since we don't move, our dragon will gain Obscured. So our dragon is naturally a large target, easier to hit by physical range attacks, but because we have Obscured, this makes our dragon less vulnerable to range attacks now, okay? And they also create obscuring flora in adjacent spaces. It's kind of redundant because our Swift Wildgrowth also applies that, but our dragon automatically gains Obscured. And I believe one of the downsides to having a large target is that when you stand in a bush, you actually don't gain Obscured. Because, like if you're a large target, it crashed again. If you're a large target, you're too tall, it doesn't matter if you're standing in a bush or not, you will get spotted by the enemies anyway, right? So, if you're a large target, where's my pen? Here, alright, so if you're a large target, a very large giant, it doesn't matter if the bush just covers this, it only covers your private parts, alright? The enemies can still bust your head, alright? But the only way to actually get obscured on our large targets, or I believe like on giants or dragons. I'm not too sure about this mechanic, but when my dragon stands in a bush, they do not gain obscured. So the only way to gain obscured, in my knowledge, on a dragon is through this transformation, and you become 40% harder to hit with physical range and magic attacks. You automatically get this if you don't move, all right? So this is very good. It makes up for one of the main weaknesses of a dragon, and that is being range attacks. All right. And okay. Also, why is the Dragon Ritualist so good? They have access to special breath attacks at level 12. And this is namely the Pure Breath and the Life Breath. So, our Dragon attack for the Life Breath increases in size. Essentially, we can now have a comet that deals damage in a 2 hex radius, but it also heals all friendly units in the radius for 20 hit points, and it revives all friendly dead units with 30% of their total hit points. Now, we dissed on revivals before, and it still stands, but essentially with this Life Breath, oh my god, like you get access to a mass revival, like every turn. Like you use mass revival here, you use Weaver for the next turn, and then you can use another revive. This actually makes your army like super annoying to deal with if the enemies cannot counter the revivals. All right, but if the enemies have ways to counter revival, then usually the safest option here is actually to just go for the nature breath attack. So we have the Pure Breath here. The Dragon Breath attack increases in size, become part spirit damage, which is very, very good, if not an Order Dragon, and it heals friendly units by 25 hit points, and also removes all of their negative status effects. This is a massive, massive, massive cleanse. Now as a Dragon Ritualist, you get access to a Giga Cleanse and a Giga Heal on a 2 hex radius through Pure Breath. Use Pure Breath, and then you can use Overflowing Restoration for another AoE Cleanse and Heal. And then you can use Weaver to reset all of their cooldowns, and then you can use this again. Oh my god, this is just actually like busted, alright? This is so busted. You get massive cleanse, massive heal out of this. And if your dragon is you also get Conjure Dome of Protection if your dragon is faithful, and then you also get Mending Touch. Okay, and now it doesn't end here. It keeps on going. So the Elder of Order and the Elder of Nature for the dragon, you can go for these regardless of your affinities. So you can have a bunch of chaos, you don't have enough nature, it doesn't matter, you can still go for Elder of Nature. And what is the secret sauce here? Elder of Nature, this unit gains more defense and more health, blah blah blah. The crucial part is using non-attack abilities heals all other friendly units for 10 hit points. All friendly units. If you're in the 18 versus 18, it's all of them, alright? And it's non-attack abilities. It doesn't specify support abilities. So you can use your summon ability, you can use Astral Bond, and then you can use Swift Restoration, and then you can use Undying Loyalty, and then you can use Mending Touch in one single turn. And then all of your friendly units, all 18 units, will heal for 10. And you can see how busted it is now. It's a global heal that you can apply again and again and again within the same single turn. Okay, and then you get Avatar of Nature, which is very good. As a dragon, you get more hit points, Maternal Rage. Oh, you actually don't get regeneration from Maternal Rage. You just get strengthened. Okay, then maybe it's not that good anymore. But yeah, and then you also gain natural regeneration. So very, very sweet. However, the other option is also, okay, if you go for the nature. No, okay, I need to calm down. If you go for the Order transformation, the Elder of Order, I mean, all friendly units in combat gain control loss immunity. As we have explained before, one of the most deadly debuffs in the game is Insanity. This makes us gain, I believe, immunity against Insanity and Dominated. Dominated is also very bad. It's worse than Insanity, actually. And also Berserk. Berserk is alright. But yeah, essentially if you're playing with Barbarians and you get Berserkers, for example, now they actually do not suffer the negative penalties from Berserk anymore. And this applies to all friendly units. It's not just the units in your stack, it's units in every single stack that is friendly. Okay. And at the start of this unit's turn, all friendly units gain +5 morale. Just for free. It just dishes out morale like it's nothing. You know, here's a morale here, here's a morale here. Your friendly units are just immune to morale. And you can still get access to lead by example. When you use a super ability, all friendly units gain +5 morale. If you kill someone through your frequent use of the Dragon Breath, you also heal global and also gain global morale. You see why the dragon is so busted now and why the dragon is my favorite hero class. There you go, it's just busted, okay? It might not offer as much economic benefits as the other ruler types like the giants through the giant forge or the eldritch sovereigns through the thralls and the knowledge gain and the summons, but the combat, it's so good, man. It's just so good. All right, so that is it for our dragon here. I will offer you guys the dragon ritualist build. Wait, you can take a screenshot. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I don't know how long I've been recording, probably like near 3 hours now in total. But yeah, I mean, it's a fun game. It's super, super fun. That's why I can spend so much time talking about it. But yeah, you guys can take a little screenshot here for the Dragon Ritualist. I can also mark down. So, okay, this is the ultimate build, right? I believe this requires either you to get to level 19 or 20. But as we mentioned before, we can reset our ruler, our hero, 1 time per game for free. So if you get your dragon ruler to level 19 or 20, you're gearing up for a final battle, this is what you want to be having, all right? So either you have overflowing restoration, or you get swift restoration, and you get swift wild growth. You do not pick up the world map healing, you do not pick up the reclaiming, because these things are very, very useless in combat for your dragon ritualist. You do not want these, all right? You want either this or the swift one, and you want swift wild growth. And you can actually go down the summoner tree, which is what I recommend, because you get access to a very good summon if you are listening to what I'm about to tell you, the synergy right here. And you also have, because this is a full action continue ability, you can use this, and then you can use Astral Bond, it becomes a free ability, and then you can use Swift Restoration, it's also a free ability, and then you have a choice of either picking up Undying Loyalty or not. But if you do pick it up, it's another free ability, and then you have another free ability, and you're using a crazy load of abilities that triggers the Elder of Nature, and you heal so much because you get a bunch of abilities in a single turn. All right, this is super, super duper uber strong. Okay. All right, so this is our build here, and you definitely want to go for Dragon Breath Comet because you want to engage at a range. You can choose to go for the Dragon Roar, as we've explained before. It's a very good starting ability to apply regeneration on every single one of your units, as well as strengthened. It is also a choice to whether go for the hastened Dragon Breath or not. With the Weaver, you can actually bypass the cooldown mechanism of your Dragon Breath, essentially in battle. So yeah. All right, this is kind of it. You guys can just take a screenshot and yeah. Oh boy, that was a long one. All right, now, okay, we can move on to the tentacles. I will be taking another sip of water and let's continue. All right, now it is time for our little tentacle boy here. So this, I will just be slapping it right here for the ideal endgame build for the Eldritch Sovereign Ritualist. And do note down these signature skills as well, because they are very important for the Eldritch Sovereign. And don't forget this little phasing ability here. You definitely have to pick it up, because this is one of the specialties that makes the Eldritch Ritualist so good. Alright, now let's just get into why this is so good. So now we have summarized the 3 main strengths of the Ritualist, right? So the first strength is that we have overflowing restoration, either overflowing or restoring restoration. And the second strength is Swift Wildgrowth. This is Massive Cleanse and Heal. This is Cleanse but with the potential for defense mode. And Swift Wildgrowth, this is just every turn heal, range denial, and more defense, right? And we have Battlefield Restoration. So these are the main three, I would say, three main strengths as a Ritualist. This one and this one. The summoner skills, they are definitely good to have, but I don't believe they have the same potency as the healer have, alright? So, the Eldritch Sovereign Ritualist synergizes so well with itself. Well, the Eldritch Sovereign class synergizes so well with the Ritualist class so well because many times we run into the issue with Swift Wildgrowth that we cannot move our Ritualists if we want to use Swift Wildgrowth every single turn, right? So our Ritualists will essentially be stuck at the same point since the start of battle. And it could be very disadvantageous for our Ritualists if our units are engaged all at the front line, and our Ritualists cannot really reach them with the full range that the Swift Wildgrowth has. This usually is not a problem because, usually your units will keep to your half of the map and then you will use Conjure Wildgrowth Swift. But if your units have a lot of charged units or a lot of skirmisher units that like to, just teleport around and hit people in their back and just all be sneaky and all that, then you can definitely get, the distance can definitely be an issue. So if you were not an Eldritch Sovereign Ritualist, then you have to forego one turn of your Swift Wildgrowth. You have to forego all that good bolster defense, all that regeneration, all that heal, and all the range denial. And you have to move up, and then you establish a new center of influence. Yeah, that's what I call it. The Ritualist is so good, it has its own center of influence. And this is essentially within the 4 hex range of the Swift Wildgrowth, alright? Because the Ritualist can use it every turn and turn everything in the sphere of influence into obscuring fauna and give everyone within that ridiculous healing and tankiness. Okay, so the Eldritch Sovereign does not have this trouble because we get this inherent phase from the Eldritch Sovereign regardless of its hero class. Right here. We get Eldritch phase 1. We have a free action, this is the important part, and we always phase to a single hex within a 3 hex range. Alright? So this effectively means that if we find our Eldritch Sovereign Ritualist too far back in the line, we can use our free action to phase, and then we can establish a new center of influence that covers our frontline units. And this is not only up to 3 hex, but if you invest another skill point, we can get up to a 6 hex teleportation, usable every 3 turns. Very, very good, alright? And as for the signature skills, let's see. We have 3 options: Magcaster, Mindbreaker, and Fleshweaver. You don't really have to struggle here. Magcaster is by far the best. Let's look at why. We get Chaos Pulse. So it's a 1 hex radius debuff ability. So every single enemy within this 1 hex radius has one of these effects happen to them at random. So they turn into a tier 1 animal. If the enemies have like a tier 5 guy and they turn into a tier 1 animal, you are essentially insta-killing them, alright? And they sustain 24 damage, that's fine. And they can sustain Insanity for 3 turns, this is absolutely huge. It can wipe out entire enemy armies. If they cannot cleanse it, they eat themselves up. They just devour themselves from the inside. You don't have to do anything, just watch the world burn. And they can become blind until the end of combat, also very powerful. Blind makes them less accurate on their physical range and magic attacks, as long as it's not an auto hit attack, and they cannot perform retaliations. Blind single-handedly shuts down any form of retaliations, very, very strong, right? And they can also sustain negative 30 morale, that's whatever. They can also sustain damage and become frozen. They can sustain internal rebirths. Basically, when that unit dies, you get a gremlin, which is pretty nice. And they can also get fire electrified, which is 20 damage every single turn. Or they also have a slight chance of actually being healed by you. So it's kind of a troll ability that you have a heal at the end of the time. But all of these good stuff, it's like insta kill on a tier 5, insanity for 3 turns, you just auto win. Become blind, you shut off all the retaliations until the end of combat, or they become frozen, or you get a bunch of gremlins. This is so good. And and we also get the second part is expert channeling. Enemy army spells, damage spells, and debuff spells cost 30% less mana to cast. Pair this up with certain society traits like, I believe, was it mana? No, not mana channelers, but the one that lets you consume less mana to cast combat spells. You can almost like cast combat spells like for free. You just slam them on, Comments of Calamity. I'm really looking forward to what Godsend will be able to do with all this stuff. It's gonna be really, really fun. I do expect that. And like, yeah, this is just super good. Essentially, you can just cast spells almost for free in combat. And yeah, also you have Mindbreaker. Wait, you don't have Mindbreaker. This is Madcaster, okay? So this increases unit upkeep by 10 mana, whatever. Every of these signature skills does that. It is inevitable, all right? Okay, now let's compare it to the other ones. Eldritch Truth from Mindbreaker. It's a full action ability. You always hit. It only has a 6 range. Target enemy unit has a base 70% chance of being afflicted with madness. So madness is like it's just insanity, and they take a little bit of physical damage until the end of combat. If unsuccessful, inflicts insanity. Okay, you just get 1 guaranteed insanity and maybe madness on a unit. And since you want to apply this debuff to a high value target, and high value targets are high tier units who usually have very high status resistance, so this 70% chance of a madness will become quickly reduced down to like a 20 or 30% chance. This is not good at all. Of course, you get a guaranteed insanity, but compared to Madcaster, Chaos Pulse, come on, it's not even competitive. And then you get Eldritch Breach, abilities ignore up to 3 status resistance. This is one of the reasons why the Eldritch Sovereign is so synergistic with a Ritualist, is because the Ritualist, you get a lot of heal, a lot of utility, a lot of bonus tankiness from this, and you also get Chaos Pulse, and this thing does not require any form of status resistance penetration. You get automatic debuffs from Chaos Pulse, alright? In nowhere is this like a 100% chance or a 70 or a 90% chance. You just do it. Just do it, alright? But in Mindbreaker, you get access to this, and you get Eldritch Breach. This is effectively useless right here, alright? Don't go for this. And then Fetch Reaver, target non-hero friendly unit gains Empower for 2 turns. So Empower makes them deal 40% more damage, and they just die when the timer expires, though they have Resurgence, so if you win the battle, then they don't die, basically. But you're insta-killing your own units for more damage potential. It could be good in certain scenarios, but you see, it's a trade-off, right? The unit dies, but you get more damage. This is a trade-off ability, while for Chaos Pulse, you don't get any trade-off. Well, you get a little chance to get trolled by the heal, but you get so much goodie out of it. And let's look at Flesh Weave. At the start of combat, you get 2 Fleshlings. They are 20 HP units, and they're just essentially kamikaze units. They walk up to the enemy and they detonate themselves. The enemies get bleeding and status vulnerability. I mean, it's alright, every single battle you get them for free, and since they have 48 movements, they can move before your army does. They can approach the enemies before your army does and detonate and potentially tank a little. But no, compared to Chaos Pulse and Expert Channeling, like it's a non-negotiable offer here, all right? Like, of course it is negotiable. You can go for the other ones, but just know that it will be a suboptimal choice, unfortunately. Okay, and you might think, okay, Aura of Disease actually synergizes pretty well with the little fleshlings, but remember, they will just detonate themselves. They won't usually get a chance to even trigger Aura of Disease, all right? So yeah, okay, and for our signature skills, you are very, very flexible here. You can either go for Forgotten Tome of Sorcery, which grants you 2 damage spells, and also a crucial summon spell. You get to actually summon a tier 3 unit at a 99 range for a 1 single action. So you can summon them basically anywhere. If you manage to get this, you draw this through the lottery, and you can summon the Astral Siphoner or this Astral Serpent behind the enemy backlines, assassinate their key targets, and they also get Aura of Disease, right? So the Astral one, solid. Forgotten Tome of Arcfire, I don't really recommend this. Arcfire weapons, it's a pretty weak enchantment. Friendly units in the 1 hex radius gain Arcfire weapons for only 2 turns. So you essentially gain +2 fire damage and +2 lightning damage. You get a 50% chance of inflicting a burning and electrified. The damage boost is decent, I guess, but I mean, do you really, it's only for 2 turns, and yeah, compared to other things that you can do you really want this? So let's look at the other things. So you get another damage spell from Blazing Chain Lightning and Arcfire Typhoon. I won't go into much detail, just know that there are damage abilities. They are kind of similar to each other, you just deal more damage, but not important here. If you go for a mage Eldritch Sovereign, they could be very good, since they have extra channels to boost up magic damage. Well, the Eldritch Sovereigns themselves also have inherent magic damage boost through the Phantasmal Rituals, but it is not necessary, okay? However, we also have a Forgotten Tome of Pestilence. Now, so Astral Order or the Curses is what I recommend. Pestilence, though, it is also pretty good. So either you gain, the Forgotten Tome skills for the newbies out there, I forgot to introduce them. So essentially, if you choose one of them, at the start of combat, you will gain one of these abilities, right? And then every 4 turns, you will gain another one of these abilities. And if you don't use them, you lose them. So essentially, you get a 33% chance of drawing one of these abilities at the start of your turn, and every 4 turns, you will get access to another one of them. They could be potentially the same. Okay. So for the Forgotten Tome of Pestilence, we can get Rot Away. So it's a pretty good damage ability, 45 on a single target. The target sustains damage, and they gain automatic Decay, which is very good as we've explained, Poison, and Disease. So pretty solid automatic debuff on a single target. Or we get Mass Plague, deals damage in a 2 hex radius, and we have a base 90% chance of inflicting disease. As we've explained before, disease is pretty dang powerful, especially if you're going for a magic damage heavy build, all right? And you can also gain access to Debilitation. Enemy units in a 1 hex radius gains for 3 turns automatically 3 thunder defense, 3 thunder resistance, and 3 weakened. Very, very powerful, especially if you're playing with Tomes of Pandemonium or if you're playing Dark, all right? Because in case you don't know, Tomes of Pandemonium makes all of your racial units synergize incredibly well with debuffs. So the transformation basically is called Vessels of Chaos. It turns a target race into a conduit for chaotic energies, granting them plus 10% damage for each of the target's negative status effects, stacks up to 3 times. So essentially if some enemies have 3 negative status effects, all of your cultural units with Vessels of Chaos gain plus 30% damage on them. Very, very powerful. Okay. And we are moving on to, oh lord, the Forgotten Tome of Blessings. At the start of combat, gain access to one of these abilities, and the first one is Renew. So friendly units in a 1 hex radius heal for 25 hit points. Unfortunately, it does not have the support tag, so it won't trigger any of the regenerating support or anything, but I mean, it's a nice little heal. Or you get Blessed Champions. Now, target friendly unit gains for 3 turns, 3 bolster defense, resistance, and strengthen, and they gain a heal. It's decent. I mean, it's a little heal, they deal more damage, they become more tanky, but it's only 1 friendly target. It's fine. However, the good part is Blessed Judgment. Enemy units in a 2-hex radius sustain damage become condemned until the end of battle, and friendly units heal 8 hit points and have Zeal. So if you don't go for Zeal, but if you're still playing with, for example, Tome as a Cleansing Flame, and you need the Zeal synergy, this could be a very, very good way to play around with that, alright? And then we have Forgotten Tome of Curses. At the start of combat, gain access to one of these abilities, Frost Hex, which makes enemy units in a 1-hex radius. I need some water. Oh boy. Until the end of combat, when this unit is dealt damage, it has a 20% chance of becoming frozen for 1 turn. So essentially, you curse the enemy with a Frost Hex, and every time the enemy takes damage, they always have a chance of becoming frozen. This is pretty powerful. Now, Fire Hex functions in the same way, but it's just enemies have a 50% chance of sustaining more fire damage instead of becoming frozen. Necro Hex, this is where it gets also quite interesting. When this unit dies, so it transforms into a decaying zombie. So essentially, the Forgotten Tome of Curses is that you curse the enemy units in a 1-hex radius, either with a chance to become frozen every time they take damage, with a chance to take fire damage, bonus fire damage, or a guaranteed spawn of a decaying zombie when they die. Alright, so this is pretty powerful. It's all, yeah, you automatically apply these curses, and these curses is chance-based apart from Necro Hex. But yeah, okay, you can choose from any one of them. I recommend either like curses or sorcery or pestilence. I mean, Arcfire is not really recommended, but still, you can go for it. And then for this, okay, this is a little flexible, but honestly, Havoc Caster is still better. So now Chaos Pulse becomes Havoc Pulse. So now you actually trigger 2 of these negative effects as opposed to only 1. So the chances of them rolling the insta-kill and the insanity and the frozen becomes a lot higher. So this is actually very, very powerful, and don't forget it bypasses all status resistance, alright? That's a crucial part. And then you also gain Chaos Channeling. Damage spells have a base 90% chance of applying a negative status effect. If you are Comet of Calamitying the enemies into oblivion, and you're just slamming them, I believe this actually draws from a unique pool of negative status effects. I'm not entirely sure, but please let me know. So, in case you do not know, okay, so when the tooltip says that something has a chance of applying a negative status effect, it actually sometimes only draws selective pool of elite negative status effects, like Insanity, like maybe Stun or something, but Insanity and Berserk I believe is one of them, and that could be very, very powerful. And I believe they don't draw from the, Thunder Resistance, Thunder Defense, the plebeian type of negative status effects. They actually draw from the elites, alright? But I'm not too sure if this has it or not. Do they only draw from the elites, or do they also include the plebeians? But if they only draw from the elites, this is incredibly powerful. Alright, now let's look at Comet Caster. So our Chaos Pulse are guaranteed negative status effect inflictor becomes Chaos Pulse. Now, essentially, enemies in a 2x radius, which is pretty huge, they either sustain 30 fire damage or 30 frost damage or 30 lightning damage. And they are guaranteed to become burned or electrified when the fire damage or lightning damage triggers, or they have a 90% chance of becoming frozen. I mean, it's decent, good damage on a good radius, but it's not as good as Havoc Pulse, which bypasses all status resistance and could just single-handedly win you the game. And then you gain Savant Channeling. What does this do? Forgotten Tome magic abilities deal plus 25% damage. As a Ritualist, you're not really making use of this. You don't want to be going damage either. You want to go for curses, debuffs, and you want to go for your traditional heals and making your units tankier. Alright? So having a Havoc Pulse, this is just the bread and butter of the Eldritch Sovereign. And it synergizes perfectly with the Ritualist because it does not require any form of status effect penetration that the mages have to offer. So you can just be Ritualist and you can make full use of Havoc Pulse. And you also gain Chaos Channeling. So wonderful. And as the last signature skill, you can just pick whatever you want. Pestilence, Blessings, Curses. We've explained this before. Just go for your low preference, right? Okay, and yeah. The special parts about the Eldritch Summoner, Eldritch Phase, and you can also summon various goodies on this tree using your thralls. You can get access to more world map casting points and ignoring stats resistance for these two, basically. And then you can also get access to Quickening Ritual for more movement for your units. You can also get your Forgotten Tomes faster here, and you can also get Tentacle Escape, which increases the survivability of your Eldritch Sovereign here. And down these two branches, you get access to Phantasmal Ritual, which boosts up your magic damage and also give you an enemy army spell, which allows you to nuke the enemy armies. Do 5 of these and an enemy army is complete dead, regardless of how many health they have, because this scales with their maximum hit points. It deals 20% maximum hit points to all of the armies in the selective stack, all right? And also they lose status resistance, right? And you also get Mass Phantasmal Ritual, which in this case you deal less damage, but you deal damage to all targets in the province and adjacent provinces, which is this is massive. Just take a look at this, right? Province and adjacent provinces effectively means that this province is covered, and also this province and this province and this province. So you nuke every single one of these armies in every single one of these provinces. It is very, very strong, Eldritch Sovereigns. I do like them. Not as strong as dragons in combat, but they offer a lot of roadmap benefits that could potentially rival the dragon. So yeah, all right. And oh, this thing ended again. Let's stream again so you guys can screenshot the ultimate Ritualist Eldritch Sovereign build. Alright, so this thing is right here. Okay, these two are flexible, but I believe Havoc casting is always the best. Okay. And now, let's move on to the item for synergies. God damn, so much to cover. Okay, if you're like here, if you made it till this point, I mean, kudos to you, man. Kudos to you. Alright, now with no time to waste, let's dive into the item forge section, as recommended by Alex. So, the most special synergy that the Ritualist has in the item forge is with the staff. Alright, so only the staff version has these types of weapon enchantments. And let's take a look. Namely, these ones. These 5 support bolster defense, which requires you to get an Arcanium ore, and it grants all of your support abilities plus 1 bolster defense to every single target that the ability is applied to. So if you have Battlefield Restoration, the ultimate ability of our Ritualist, we apply 1 bolster defense onto every single friendly unit. Or if we have Overflowing Restoration, we grant 1 bolster defense to all 7 units in the 1 hex radius. Alright? And then we have Support Bolster Resistance. Support abilities also provide plus 1 bolster resistance. This is unlocked by having 1 Astral Dew. And then we have arguably the most powerful, Support Regeneration. Support abilities now also provide plus 1 regeneration. This is unlocked by having 1 Silvertongue Fruit. So, if you have this, plus all the ways that you can get regeneration from the Ritualist just naturally, you can stack up 5 regeneration on all of your units within the 2 to 3 turns of the battle just starting out. This is absolutely crazy. And as we mentioned before, regeneration is one of the 2 only ways you can counter Decay, which is, it's a vaccine against Decay. And also it heals you for 30 hit points when you stack it up to 5 times at the end of your turn, every single turn. How can you not like this, right? And then we have support, status, protection. Support abilities now also provide +1 status protection. This is unlocked by having 1 tranquility pool. So what does that +1 status protection do? It gives you +2 status resistance. As you can imagine, this is a very potent counter to enemy comps that rely heavily on debuffs. So this basically means that if you have this on, and remember this is only 1 forging point, as opposed to the 2 and 2 forging point from bolstered defense and resistance, as well as the 3 forging points required from support regeneration. You only have to have 1 forging point for this, and you make it much more difficult for enemies to slap on debuffs. And even if they do manage to slap on some debuffs, as we have mentioned before, we have various forms to cleanse them. Very, very strong. And last but not least, we have support strengthen. Support abilities also provide +1 strengthen. This is unlocked by having 1 Fireforge stone. This is actually also extremely strong because you can essentially stack 2 or 3 stack of strengthen onto most of your units before you even start to engage with the enemies. And strengthen, every single stack is a +10% damage. So this is very, very good for your team to do huge alpha strikes, especially if your comp largely consists of charge units, skirmisher units, or battle mage units that like to counter strike when the enemy strikes into you. But this is also very good against Dark Culture because they heavily rely on Weakened for their Call of the Weak mechanic to trigger. However, if we have a bunch of strengthened stacks on our units, this makes it much more difficult for them to get to Weakened and to make use of Call of the Weak. So yeah, as you can see, these 5 weapon enchantments are superb for the supports of our Ritualist, and I will showcase it in just a bit how bonkers it can be. And the even better part is that you simply unlock these enchantments by having 1 single magic material. You don't need 2 stacks of the same magic material, just 1 does the trick. So throughout the course of the game, you will most likely find at least 1, if not 2 or more magic materials for your support staff enchantments. And then you can just make a staff for your support and you become super powerful. Alright, so this is actually a wonderful synergy that only exists with the staff. If you are going for an orb, unfortunately you only get access to the damage enchantments and none of the supportive enchantments. The same applies to if you're going for a dragon ritualist. As you can see here, you actually don't get access to this, unfortunately. Or if you go for a Eldritch Sovereign Ritualist, you also don't get access to the support enchantments. So this is another reason to go for example, Wizard King / Champion Ritualist. But as we mentioned before, the Dragon and the Eldritch Sovereign Ritualist, despite not having better weapons, better enchanted weapons, they have just innate great synergies with the Ritualist class, alright? And yeah, let's take a look at the Giant's Obelisk. I don't believe they have it either, but no, they don't, yeah. Okay, as mentioned before, Giants and Ritualists don't synergize well, but they, as independent ruler types and hero classes, are very powerful. So if you just mix them up together, even though they don't have a strong synergy, it can still work quite well, alright? Just in my opinion, not as synergistic as a Dragon or, an Eldritch Sovereign or a Wizard King. So yeah, that about covers it. So this is for the enchantment parts. And there is also a little tip and tricks that I can offer you guys. So remember when we mentioned the fact that the staff, it is very powerful in battle for our ritualists because we can enchant the staff with the support enchantments. However, it disables the mount slot. And if our units only have like 32 or 40 movement, this is not as good as having a mount which always provides 48 movement on the entire world map. So if we can have the mount, we get very fast movement, so 48 movement on the world map, and the cavalry unit type, which is bad. I mean, you gain no additional benefits from having cavalry, except if you go for like Tome of Beast or something like that, but cavalry take bonus damage from polearm units, a whopping 40%. But you know, you get very fast movement on the world map, and that is the important part. In combat, we want to use our staff, but on the world map, we want to have more mobility, so we want to have a mount, and therefore we actually want an orb. So you see here, if we equip some mount, we actually get 48 movement point, alright? So how can we satisfy both of our demands? So we want to be stronger in combat, but we also want to have more movement on the world map. And this is where item switching comes in. So if you're playing casually, like you don't need to do this. You just have fun with the staff walking around, that's fine. Or just, you know, just have an orb, you don't need the combat bonuses. But if you're really trying to min-max things, this is what I found to be effective. So, Okay, so the prerequisite is that we have an orb and we have a staff. So 1 orb and 1 staff will suffice. I do think. Wait, is it? No, maybe 2 staff. Wait, let me check this out. All right. Okay. So now, for example, we have 1 orb and 1 staff. Let's ignore our starting weapon because if we equip it, we actually don't get it back. I don't believe. No. So okay. So for example, we ideally want our Ritualist to start off, when we first recruit the Ritualist, for example, we want it to start off with an orb, and we want to have a mount. So this allows the Ritualist to have more world map movement to catch up to our main armies faster, alright? So once our Ritualist is getting into combat, now we swap out for our staff weapon, okay? And then you can see they actually have, once we unequip an item, they actually have a 1 turn cooldown until you can equip it again. The item is being transported, alright? So basically, we use our orb for movement on the world map, and at the end of our turn, when we get into a combat, for example, an important combat like an Ancient Wonder, we use our staff. And then we are out of movements anyway, and then we click next turn. And once we click next turn, you will see that the orb has returned. And then you can equip some mounts again, and then you can march up to the enemies using your superior movement. However, okay, now we have confirmed that we actually need 2 staffs for this playstyle. Alright, so we use our movement, we march up, and then we use a staff again. We use a staff, and then we engage into battle, and then once we engage into battle, we can actually immediately unequip it. And okay, okay, yeah, we actually don't need 2 staffs, we just need 1 orb and 1 staff, because our heroes, they have an intrinsic weapon. So this weapon is the weapon that the hero comes with. It's basically always here and can only be overridden by additional weapons. But once you unequip the additional weapons, these weapons are still here for you. They're like your the warm and cozy home that you can always go back to regardless of how much you fuck up in life. Alright? So for example, wait, what? I am not starting the siege. Okay, so we do this, for example. Yeah, whatever. Ice spiders, nice. A little spiders. Okay. And wait, where was it again? Where was I? Here. Yeah, so our hero, depending on your luck, you start with an orb or a staff, alright? However, we can actually, so basically, alright, so assuming we start off with a staff or whatever, we use our orb, as we explained before, and then we equip some mount. Because I do think heroes always come with mounts, even if you don't get mount masters. I'm not too sure about that. If you guys know the specifics, let me know. But the heroes mostly always have a mount, alright? So we We have an orb, we get on the mount, and then we march up to the resource node or into the wonder, and then when we enter into combat, we use our staff, okay? And then when we finish the combat, we actually can just unequip our staff on the same turn, and so now you see both the orb and the staff will be available during the next turn. So now we just end up with our base weapon, and if we end our turn again, you can actually see that we can repeat the same process. We equip the orb, we equip the mount, and then we march up, and then when we enter into battle, we equip the staff, and then we unequip it, and then voila. Alright, so this is the way to get the best out of both worlds with the orb plus mount, as well as the staff. Alright, so that's a sweet little synergy that we have there. And another nice little synergy is, I believe, let's see, if you get the orb as a ritualist, where is it? No, I believe you might have to get it through the crystal dwelling. You can also craft it, but I'm not too sure how just yet. Wait. No quest just yet. Trade. Yeah. If you have the recent Giant Kings DLC, you can have the settings to turn on the crystal dwellings. I don't know how to actually turn them on since they appear to be, elementals who are asexual, but that is besides the point. The thing that we want to focus on is that we can actually get Empower Listening Orb when we get to a stone pact with the crystal dwelling. So this is essentially an orb weapon. Well, it is a litherite orb, which has a special ability to give our ritualists the special perk of having all units that are summoned by this ritualist, they gain volatile summon, which essentially means that when the summon dies, they deal additional damage to all adjacent units. This can actually be quite powerful, especially if you go with the animal summoning route, where you summon 2 animal units and then you can just let them die and then they essentially act as kamikaze units. So this is pretty sweet. And I believe there are also other synergies, but I am not going to cover them all here since my brain power is very limited right now. If you guys know any other good synergies, please leave it in the comments. Alright? Okay, so I believe that is it for the item forge. Now, let us move into battle. Well. Welcome to the battle section of this video. We can finally test out the efficacy of our ritualists, just how potent of units they truly are. Alright, so for this demonstration, we're actually just gonna have a bunch of high tier units and bully the Umbral Dwelling, but the point is not actually to win against them, but just to demonstrate how powerful our buffs and healing capabilities really are. So we have our Ritualist Elder Sovereign here, and then we also have, the average Ritualists, the mortal champions. Well, just the mortals, alright? They might not be champions, but okay, they are just called champions, but they're not a ruler, okay? They're just a normal-ass Ritualist that you can recruit from your hero recruitment section during the game. And then we have our Dragon Lord Ritualists. So we have these 3 to showcase, and I don't think we even need all of them. Let's actually first do our dragon, alright? Because it's the strongest. So first off, we want to get the Materium aspect, as we explained before, for the charge resistance. And then we can get the nature transformation for the Fate growth, for the obscuring and the Fate unit type, blah blah blah. And then we can get either Life Breath or Pure Breath. I will get Pure Breath here for the Giga Cleanse. And finally, we will get Elder of Nature for the absurd amount of healing. And then we will just get Maternal Rage for the giggles. We will get Mending Touch. We do not need the Tome of Protection here, but I suppose we can get it later. We'll just click this first to lock this in, and then we will go into Restore. No, actually, you know what? Let's go for Swift Restoration. I've always went for Overflowing. Now let's change it up a little. And then let's go for our Dragon Breath Comet. Quicken Breath is not yet necessary, let's see. And then we go for the Dragon's Roar. And then we go for Conjure Wildgrowth all the way into Swift. We do not need the Reclaiming attacks nor the Master of Healing because, yeah, we're heading into our final battle basically. World Map Healing is essentially useless and we won't be using our melee strikes pretty much at all. Now, let us also go down the Elemental tree and I will showcase to you guys what I've been talking about, the unique synergy that Conjure Greater Spirits really have with a certain tome and a certain skill. And then we go for Astral Bond. So these two skills are great for our action economy to cast more skills in a single combat turn and trigger our Elder of Nature much more. We go down the Weaver, and then we go down Support Resistance, Support 2, Support 3, and then Ultimate Skill Battlefield Restoration. And you can see here we get to Regen, 1 hastened, 1 bolster resistance, and all friendly units gain 10 hit points just from the single skill alone, and this is global. So, right, we will just actually leave out 2 skill points, so I mean, that is completely fine. Let's just do this, and boom, our dragon is finished. And now let us try out our Mortal Champion, Ritualist. I don't think I'll actually need them all, like all of them, I don't think, but hey, whatever. Adaptive Nature, let's just go all the way into Nature. And then we will go for, let's see, Paragon of Nature. And then let us just go Colors of Wild. We will do a Summoner here. Let's do the Undead Summoner here, actually. It might be more beneficial. Okay, we're gonna go for the Undead Summoner on our Eldritch Sovereign. Yeah, that's a better choice, but hey, you know what? I've already went through with this, so let's just do it. And then we do Wildgrowth, and boom, 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 boom. Oh, we don't have enough skill points now because we actually have a bunch of, yeah, we need to reset. We have a bunch of skill points right there, which is kind of useless. I mean, this skill is good, and this skill is also pretty good, but it's not that good when we're heading into our final battle. In an endgame scenario, 10 hit points and 2 status resistance is it's not the hugest game changer. But yeah, alright. Yeah, let's do Undead here. Alright. Shadow. Who's a real Slim Shady? And then Shadow again. And we go Paragon of Shadow. We go for Exhume Undead, Unholy Leader. And then we go down the Undead tree. Boom, 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 boom. And then we go for Overflowing Restoration. And then we can just go for this as well. And you see we still have 4 skill points left, but we're just not going to use it. And we don't need Eternal One because our Ritualist is not going to die. They're just too damn tanky. And let's finally finish up our Eldritch Sovereign with Madcaster. Let's go for the Forgotten Tome of Blessings. Let's go for Havoc Caster as we've explained before. And Tome of Curses. And now we can get the Eldritch phase and the Greater Eldritch phase. And then we can just get Overflowing Restoration, Swift Wildgrowth. And then we can have, I mean, it depends on you. It's very flexible here. We get another Unholy Leader, I guess. And yeah, oh yeah, by the way, this only applies when the hero is the army leader. So previously, when we did the Unholy Leader on our champion Ritualist right here, it actually won't be applied because the army leader is considered to be our Eldritch Sovereign. However, if we move our champion, why am I stuttering? If we move our champion into a different stack and let the champion become the leader of this stack, then that will apply. But we're just not gonna bother, alright? And yeah, let's just move down this line. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. Yeah, I think this is an overkill, but hey, we're all here for it, right? Alright, let's get started, guys. Oh wait, we have yet to craft a very good staff for our little lad right there. Let's craft a staff. Okay, and another thing to note with the staff is actually, okay, well, you get different damage types, self-explanatory. However, If you're playing a Giant King, you actually get access to the skill, which allows us to have 6 total infusion points for one item. Normally, we only have 5 infusion points, alright? So the damage type, regardless of which damage type you choose, will always consume 1 forging point. So that always leaves us with 4 forging points left. So you can choose between support regeneration and giving 1 status protection to everyone, or what? Or let's do it again. Or we can go for 2 of the 3 from bolster defense, resistance, or strengthened. However, if we have our giant, then we can actually go for regeneration plus another 2-point trait. So this is another benefit of having a Giant King. Very strong. I do like it. Maybe not with a Ritualist, but Giants are nice. Especially if you go for like a Warrior or Mage. Ooh, deadly. Okay, now, let us try out... yeah, let's just get Regeneration and Status Protection. It's the most straightforward, and we insta-forged it because we are hacks. And we equip it here, and let's move on into battle! Into battle! Wait, what? Alright. Wait, I have to siege again? I thought I did the siege. This is absurd. Absolute absurdity. Alright, how can I get +5 fortification damage? Wait, how many fortification does it have? Damn, it has 40. Alright, let's just, let's roll out 2 turns. Okay, now we can engage. Will you accept my marriage proposal, my dear Umbral Tyrant? Nekdazar. Yeah, sounds cool. Does it? I don't know. Let's go, manual combat. Alright, time to showcase. We have finally reached the end of our video. I am so proud, guys. This is, so far, definitely the video that I've put the most effort into. Alright, so, you know what? We're just gonna do something funny here, alright? We're gonna make our units attack themselves. So in case you don't know, if we hold down Alt, our units can actually attack each other. Just like this. Yep. So, and then we just continue doing this. Alright. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. And then, let's just weaken our units all the more. And, wait, you attack, right? So we want them to heal up. We want to demonstrate the healing prowess of our Ritualists. And you guys can just group up a little. I actually forgot about that, but hey, who cares? Oh my god, what is this? Oh yeah, it's from the Thomasson creator, the tier 5 Materium Tome, and we get Earth Shatter Engine. This thing looks very intimidating. What does this do again? Wait. I don't think it did anything, but it will do something eventually. Trust. And how much health does it have? 120. It's a tier 4 unit. Impressive. Alright, okay. Yeah, let's continue attacking our own units. Okay, Bone Wyvern. Look. So vulnerable. Look. Our hero is about to die, guys. Our hero is about to die. What are we to do? Oh wait, it might actually die if we attack them again. That's not good. But okay, let's move closer here. Come a bit closer, and then our dragon, come here. Oh, we get 2 Earth Shatter Engines. Nice. Let's move them up a little, and come here, and come here. And then Fire Dragon will just, yeah, demolish them all, burn them. And then Frost Dragon will, yeah, this is pretty fun, guys. I like to demolish my own units. And then we do this again. And then it doesn't actually hurt our own units, I don't believe, no. And then we use our Frost, no, we can't use our Frost Breath, we might actually kill our Ritualist. But, alright, so attack more. And then spit back out here. Okay, perfect. And yeah. Oh no, we killed the Earth Shatter Engine. Oh well. Oh, whoops. Okay. All right, now it's time to showcase our Ritualist finally. So, oh wait, no, let's attack them a bit more. Yeah, let's just attack our dragon here. Boom. Okay, good. But you know what? More. And let's do this. Boom, boom. Alright, perfect. Okay, now it's time to showcase. We have set up all we needed. Alright, so our dragon here. Our dragon lad. Now, let us... Oh wait, we actually haven't gotten the steadfast. That would have been even more amazing. But, I mean, let's just go with this, alright? So first, if we're playing with high culture, we actually get Twin Awakening. So, look! The glorious sight! Everyone gains 10 HP. Boom, we cast this. Woo! And then, let's see. This is so busted. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, and then we can conjure Wildgrowth. Boom! Oh my god, this is disgusting. Everyone gains 10 HP again. And then we use Mending Touch. Everyone gains 10 HP again. You guys can count how many times I've triggered that. And then we go for Astral Bond. Yep, that's another 10 HP. And then we go for Swift Restoration. Yeah. And then I believe that is fine. Okay, we can cancel Astral Bond now. And then we can actually just do Battlefield Restoration. Oh my god, this is just not fair, guys. Look at this. In one turn, they healed. Our Ritualist came back from the dead. Our dragon healed for half of their HP. They heal for 70 HP. And that's not over yet. We still have our other Ritualist. Okay, this is like... I don't think this is any fair, guys. But you know what? We're just here to have fun. Let's summon something. Let's exhume Undead. Boom. Nice. Everyone gets soulbound. Yeah, well, we don't care. We're not playing optimally, but whatever. Oh, Slither, you can just take a rest under defense mode. Eldritch Sovereign, as you can see, he actually can. So we can do, conjure Wildgrowth here again for more healing. And how many stacks of regeneration? Already 5, yeah, to be expected. And yeah, like, okay, if we went for Battlefield Restoration on our Ritualist here, look, applies 2 regeneration, hasten, additional regeneration, plus 1 regeneration. We apply 4 regeneration just based off of the single skill globally. And everyone gets 1 status protection. Like, what is going on, guys? What is actually going on? Like, this is just not fair at all. Like, what? Let's just end. And yeah, I mean, we'll demolish the Umbral Dwelling, but the battle's pretty much over from here already. Like, it's not even fair. Oh my god, like, look at all of this healing. We're intentionally sabotaging our own units. We're trying our best, but just by having our Ritualist here, it's already a game over for them. Alright, we actually need the enemies to clump up a little for some better demonstrations of value. Oh yeah, they gain insanity. Nothing we can do about that. Wait, but let's try out the Earth Shatter engine. Oh, Shatter the Earth, what does it do? Cancel retaliation and cancel defense mode. Wow, that is huge. Another reason why defenders are... yeah, they're lacking. Ah, what a shame. But enough about defenders. We are here for the Ritualist. Alright, let's let everyone clump up a little. Because if we clump up, the enemies will clump up as well. Alright, so now let's actually demonstrate. So, who's our summon here? Let's just use Conjure Greater Spirit here. Oh yeah, and look at this! Another 10 healing, just by summoning a little spirit. Boom! Alright, that's a global 10 heal. And then we use the Astral Bond again for a global 10 heal. Woohoo! And then... I don't even know what to say at this point. We can just use Dragon Roar again. Yeah, I mean, it's not really fair, guys. Okay, okay, we can just use a Freezing Burst. But yeah, as you can see, the problem with Conjure Greater Spirit is that the spirits only come with 1 action point, so they actually cannot move, and neither can they phase, because their phase actually start on cooldown. So essentially, you start the turn, If you are not a snow spirit, and if you're not a magma spirit, you essentially cannot do anything on your first turn if you cannot perform a melee attack, alright? However, this time we got lucky and we got a snow spirit, so it's not too bad. But I'll demonstrate to you guys like why this is actually so powerful. Let's clump up a little more. Yeah, just this is obscene. And then let's I believe you should actually go to the back, and then we use Battlefield Restoration. Oh my god. Yeah, look at that. Just, I mean, it's not fair, guys. It's actually kind of broken. I'm not gonna lie, but yeah. Let's do some more Conjure Wildgrowth. And remember, like, we have 3 Ritualists here, but we can just get access to 4 stack of regeneration just based off of our single Ritualist right here. I can't even click on them because they're too cramped up. We're not gonna use any spells right here because we're gonna use it the next turn. We're gonna demonstrate. It's so scary, guys. It's so scary. And yeah, I mean, what are you gonna do? What are you really gonna do? Oh no, our Eldritch Summoner is actually getting killed. We should actually face him into the back and then march him up, but yeah. It is what it is. It is broken, that is what it is. Alright, everyone's attacking. Everyone's attacking. Okay, are they cramping up? I mean, clumping up? Whatever. Alright, okay, now here's the time to showcase. Oh yeah, we still cannot use a burst. Yeah. Okay, we just have to wait another turn, I guess. Alright, let's save our Eldritch Sovereign right here just by using a little quick phase. This is a powerless Eldritch Sovereign. And then we can use another Conjure Wildgrowth Swift. Boom. And then we can use, I don't know, whatever it is. Battlefield Restoration. Yeah, now everyone has like 5 stack of regeneration, so it's not even registering anymore. Yeah, this is just, yeah, guys. We're not even gonna use our Dragon Breath because that's just too boring. I'm gonna showcase the GIGACHAD spell in a bit, but yeah, I mean, boy, this is a bit too strong. This is a bit too strong, guys. Alright, and yeah, I don't think this is actually any fair. I sound like a broken record, but I mean, look at this, guys. Look at this. Okay, everyone, yeah, just stay here. Just continue on with our turn. We'll do our showcase and then we'll just kill them, okay? Umbro Exile. Yeah, who cares? Who cares? Oh, this is so meaningless. Yeah, and you can see our dragon as a tier 5 unit is actually getting shredded by the tier 2 unit, and that is because they're a polearm and they deal bonus 40% damage to large targets, which are dragon units, and to cavalry units. So yeah. If you're interested in why polearm units are so strong, also go check out my defender video that I have just made in the previous video. Alright, I believe it is time. It is time. What happened? Whatever, I don't really care. Alright, now, boom. You ready, guys? Okay, so basically, as you can see, this Conjure Spirit that we just summoned 2 turns ago can only just now begin to use the freezing phase. So only after 2 turns can you use the teleportation skill on any of the elementals. And as we can see here, our combat summon only has 1 turn left. So traditionally, this is not a great skill that has great value. However, if you do this, okay, let's see, let's calculate. What is a 2 hex radius gonna be? Yeah, this should be perfect. Okay, we phase into the enemy lines, we do a melee attack, and let's find the skill. Let us find the skill. Where is it? Sacrificial slaughter. Sacrificial slaughter! So, this is the bread and butter here. This is what we're getting to. Sacrificial slaughter, a damage spell from chaos. You unlock this by having the Tier 4 Tome of Chaos Channeling. This does, basically, target friendly unit explodes and enemy units within 2 hexes sustain 20 fire damage plus 5 fire damage per tier as a unit sacrifice. So if you have a tier 1, you deal 20 plus 5 damage. If you have a tier 5, you deal 20 plus 5 times 5, and that's 45 damage. And every single one of those enemy units will suffer 1 random negative status effect per tier of the sacrifice unit. And as we have mentioned before, this is actually one of the special elite pools of negative status effects that you can draw from. Insanity, Berserk, all those good stuff, it's in here. And essentially, if you sacrifice a tier 3 unit, every single enemy in that 2 hex massive radius will sustain a lot of damage, plus 3 random negative status effects, because we have a tier 3 unit sacrifice. It's even better if we have a tier 5, but we're just explaining the unique synergy here we have with the Snow Spirit, or just with any elemental that we can summon for free and they will die after 1 turn. So essentially we're sacrificing no one, they will die eventually anyway. Wait, let's see. Oh no, we're actually not hitting everyone. But oh well. Look, alright? Boom. Insanity, Misfortune, Berserk. Everyone got Insanity, okay? Insanity here and a stun, that's kind of, like self-defeating, but Insanity, stunned. Okay, no Insanity here, but a stun, a Berserk. And look at all of this. The dude's already frozen, I believe, or was he? I can't remember. Misfortune and stunned. This is so massive, guys, and another Insanity on this unit. So you can see that you can essentially incapacitate all enemies in a 2 hex radius if you just use Sacrificial Slaughter onto this little summon that you get, who is gonna die anyway after a turn, after you teleport in. So this is such a good synergy, alright? Essentially you summon in a free unit that's gonna die in 3 turns, and this unit has a teleport, which can allow them to cut into the center of the enemies, and then use Sacrificial Slaughter to explode them, and all enemies in that huge ass radius will get, insanity, they will get stunned, they will get frozen, Misfortune, Berserk, all those goody, negative status effects, alright? So this is the power of Sacrificial Slaughter, and one of the main strengths of Tome of the Chaos Channeling. It's a tome that is often so overlooked, but just with this spell alone, I believe it deserves a better spot in many people's hearts, alright? So this is a very, very powerful synergy, and another reason why the Ritualist is so good. So yeah, and now we can just auto-battle this away, and let's see what the AI does, and I believe that will be the video, and a huge Dragon Breath. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Ooh, Dragon Breath again. Outer Sovereign's doing something. Fire Hex with the Forgotten Tome. Oh, another huge Dragon Breath. God damn, the Fire Dragon Breath is so powerful against the Umbral people. Oh, and the Dragon Claws are just tearing them apart. And our Severing Golems with the global AoE artillery nuke. God damn, the enemy is just getting shredded. Oh boy. Alright. And yeah, they're just continuing on to cast, and their hero is now dead. And now they have barely any chance for retaliation before our insane tier 5 / Ritualist army. Oh my goodness, now they're pretty much all routing, and yeah, the Umbral Tyrant is still struggling, but the marriage is called off. We will just be demolishing you. Wait, actually I want to cast a comment of collapse. Wait, no, let's actually sacrifice a tier 5 unit with Sacrificial Slaughter. Wait, can we reach the Umbral Tyrant here? Let's see. Alright, we sacrifice a dragon. Sacrificial Slaughter. Wait, where did it go? Already cast a special spell this turn. What? No, sacrificial slaughter. Okay, then let's just end our turn here, and then we sacrificial slaughter the next turn. Umbotine. Oh yeah, he's just gonna die anyway. We're probably not gonna see the 5 negative status effects that we inflict on him if we sacrifice a tier 5 unit. But let's see. Ah yeah, he's already dead. Oh well. Oh well. Let's use. Wait, you know, let's just position him a bit better than last time. I believe here it works out perfectly. Sacrificial slaughter, 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 boom, and yeah, that's just over, right? And we sacrifice our dragon. So yeah, that was a fun little session. I hope you guys have enjoyed the video. It's been a long one, but I hope that you have gotten the value from the video as intended, because I really hope you've gotten some, juicy value, and you learned about the Ritualist, learned about the Undead, how to counter the Undead, the signature skills for the Eldritch Sovereigns and for the Dragons, and the special synergy with the Item Forge, as well as sacrificial slaughter. So yeah, that will be it, guys. The next video will be the Master Guide, the Hero Guide on the Mage Hero class, and the one following will be the Ranger, and then we will have covered all of the hero classes. For the final finale, we will be doing a hero tier list, so I will be listing out all types of, under every ruler type, how good is every hero class for that ruler type. And then I will eventually do a tier list for the, dragon, warrior, dragon, dragon mage, giant warrior, dragon blah blah blah, Eldritch Sovereign, ritualist. I will put every single one of these variants onto a tier list, and that will be our ultimate ruler / hero tier list for Age of Wonders 4. So subscribe and stay tuned for that. That'll be it for today, and peace.